denuclearization of North Korea, and will support the people of Venezuela as they work toward a peaceful restoration of democracy and prosperity in their country. We'll also continue to confirm
The committee will come to order. Without objection, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to the length limitation in the rules. So this afternoon, we will hear testimony from Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on the Trump administration's 2020 International Affairs Budget request and a range of other issues dealing with the administration's foreign policy and management of the State Department. Welcome back to the House, Mr. Secretary. I know you spent so many good days here, and I appreciated your reaching out shortly after the election when you were first nominated as Secretary of State. I value our open line of communication.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome to the public and members of the press as well, especially our friends from C-SPAN who are celebrating his 40th birthday this week. So let me first of all start with the budget. The administration's first budget request before you were Secretary, Mr. Secretary, was deeply disappointing. Slashing investments in diplomacy and development by nearly a third, it met resounding bipartisan rejection here in Congress. The second budget was baffling after Congress made it clear we would not gut American diplomacy. The administration made essentially the same request to do just that. Again, it was rejected. And the third budget, which once again, in my opinion, seeks to hobble the State Department and other agencies, this, in my view, demonstrates contempt for diplomacy and diplomats and contempt for the Congress, frankly, whose job it is to decide how much to spend on foreign affairs. First year, when the budget was sent, it was rejected, and we came up with our budget, bipartisan way, I should say. And then the second year, the administration came to lowball us once again, and now the third year, the same time, when the budget has been rejected twice before. Why would the administration send a similar budget only to be rejected a third time? So, Mr. Secretary, let me be clear. This budget request, it was dead the moment it arrived on Capitol Hill. I don't know whether the administration really believes that we can mount an effective foreign policy, one that advances American interests, values, and security on a shoestring budget, or if the people calling the shots just don't care. But Congress won't stand by and see American leadership on the global stage undermined, and that's not just our opinion. That's the power of the purse. That's what we're supposed to do. So that's the good news. The bad news comes when the administration shows the world just how little stock it puts in diplomacy and development, in building bridges of friendship, in forging alliances, in resolving conflict and crises. This budget, in my opinion, signals to the world that the Trump foreign policy is one of disengagement, of pulling back from places where American leadership is needed the most. And we know other countries that don't share our values, countries like China and Russia and Iran. Those countries are more than happy to fill the void. So it also tells our diplomatic and development workforce that their efforts are not valued. That's had an impact that we can already see. We see it in the plummeting morale of the State Department and the number of diplomats chased to the exits. We see it in report after report after report of politically motivated targeting and harassment of career employees, allegations on which the Department has failed to respond to multiple committee requests for information. We see it in the drop in the number of civil servants at the Department and the sharp decline in employee satisfaction, according to the Partnership for Public Service. And when I look at the administration's policies, I'm left wondering how often, if State Department experts are being ignored completely. From denigrating our alliances, NATO, to cozying up to strongmen, to walking away from our international agreements and obligations, from an abortive summit with North Korea, to saber-rattling in Venezuela, to clearing the way for Iran and Russia to run roughshod over Syria if we leave, from waging a trade war with China that's hurting American farmers and consumers, to slamming the door on vulnerable people around the world seeking to come to our country. Those don't seem like policies to me built on the expertise and experience that our diplomats offer. They seem like what I call fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants diplomacy. And so as Congress exercises its constitutional responsibility in rejecting the inadequate budget request, this committee will also conduct oversight to deal with what I consider major problems in foreign policy and the State Department. Mr. Secretary, I was hopeful that the Department would work collaboratively with us to allow this committee to carry out its constitutionally mandated oversight duties. But I must say, 3 months into this Congress, the response from the Department to our requests has ranged from foot-dragging to outright stonewalling. It's very frustrating, and that's not acceptable. I believe you'd feel the same way, since I know you, if you were still a member of this body. I hope the trend changes, but if it doesn't, I will use every tool at this committee's disposal to get the answers we need. And I hope we can get some of those answers today. I look forward to a frank conversation and to your testimony, Mr. Secretary. And before I introduce you, I will call on my friend, the ranking member, Mr. Mike McCall of Texas, for any opening statement he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. I applaud the work that you're doing for our country. And let me say, my recent visit to the State Department, I found that the morale is very good. Over the last 2 years, the administration has embarked on a forward-leaning agenda, which is putting America back where it needs to be. And I want to thank you for ending the era of leading from behind and strategic patience. The importance of our diplomatic mission cannot be overstated. With the growing crisis in Venezuela, an unpredictable North Korea, China and Russia creating mischief around the globe, terrorism on the rise in Africa, and Iran threatening Israel, we must show our strength through hands of diplomacy. The President's budget request identifies our most challenging threats. For example, it includes $662 million to counter Russia's malign influence in Europe and Eurasia. This vital assistance will support our allies like Ukraine to help enhance their cybersecurity infrastructure to counter Russian attacks and their propaganda and disinformation campaigns. In regards to Ukraine's upcoming elections, I will closely watch, and I know you will as well, how the Russians interfere. It may be a precursor to what we will see here in 2020. The President's budget proposal also contains some much-needed reforms. However, I do agree with the Chairman. I believe that certain cuts have unintended consequences that cost us more in the long term. This is especially true of cuts to critical humanitarian and developmental assistance programs that promote democracy, support economic growth, and provide life-saving resources to bolster stability in areas at risk of terrorism and extremist ideologies. As the former Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis once said, if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition. On terrorism, a few years ago, you and I had the opportunity to travel to Northern Africa and the Middle East, and I remember watching the F-18s taking off in the Persian Gulf from the deck of the Harry Truman to hit ISIS targets in Syria. Today, it almost feels a little surreal to be able to finally say that their so-called caliphate is gone. And I applaud your efforts in that mission. But we also still note the threat from ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and others still remains. On fragile states, a key lesson from violent conflicts in fragile states is that they provide fertile recruiting ground for terrorist and transnational criminal organizations. This broken model can be fixed, and we need to do more in terms of prevention. That is why Chairman Engel and I reintroduced our Fragile States Bill this Congress. It will require that the administration launch a new initiative to counter our assistance to these broken states. On the Middle East, any strategy there must always include strengthening our ties with Israel. And for starters, I was very proud of your efforts and the President's to see our embassy move from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Mr. Secretary, I want to applaud your efforts also in countering Iran. Some don't see their true menace. They are still the #1 state sponsor of terror. They support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, hold Americans hostage. They have an assassination campaign in Europe, a reckless missile program, suppress their people's freedom, and let's not forget, want to wipe out Israel and chant death to America. I applaud last week's sanctions that target Iranian weapons of mass destruction proliferators. We cannot let Iran get nuclear weapons ever. On China, their government aggressively steals our intellectual property, threatens Taiwan, partakes in growing military adventurism, and targets both developed and underdeveloped nations through their One Belt, One Road initiative. I am very supportive of the action items laid out in your Indo-Pacific speech last year. As you know, many countries tell us America is just not there the way the Chinese and other countries are. And that is why I introduced the Championing American Business Through Diplomacy Act with Chairman Engel. In sum, it bolsters U.S. economic and commercial diplomacy by mandating that our diplomats have better training and do more to ensure countries do business with American companies rather than with the Chinese. On Venezuela, we can all agree that the socialist policies of Nicolas Maduro have turned the once rich country into a failed mafia state. With little food and medicine, millions of people are suffering more every day and forced to flee to other countries in the region. Maduro's armed thugs are blocking the delivery of humanitarian aid. They've shot innocent civilians, kidnapped the chief of staff of interim President Guaido, and just yesterday attacked Guaido's motorcade. I would also like to note that Maduro has taken 4 Texans who worked for Citgo and put them in a Venezuelan prison. I commend the President for supporting the people of Venezuela in their quest to take back their country through free and fair elections, and applaud neighbors like Colombia, Brazil, and the Lima Group for their effort. Secretary Pompeo, it's a great honor to welcome you today as a secretary, as a former colleague, and a friend. And I've always said that partisanship, as the chairman says, must end at the water's edge. This hearing gives us a chance to put partisan politics aside and offer solutions to complex issues. I look forward to your testimony, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. And now let me introduce our witness. Michael Pompeo is the 70th United States Secretary of State, taking office April 26th of last year. From January 2017 until he became our top diplomat, Mr. Pompeo served as the 6th Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. From 2011 until 2017, He represented Kansas's 4th Congressional District right here in the U.S. House of Representatives. He's a lawyer, an entrepreneur, and from 1986 until 1991, served in the United States Army. Mr. Secretary, welcome back to the House. We're pleased to have you with us today, and I now recognize you for 5 minutes to summarize your testimony.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Engel. Thank you, Ranking Member McCall. I will be brief this morning. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss the administration's FY 2020 budget. It's designed around the national security strategy to achieve our foreign policy goals. The request for $40 billion for State Department and USAID puts us in position to do just that. These monies will protect our citizens at home and abroad, advance American prosperity and values, and support our allies and partners overseas. We make this request mindful of the burden on American taxpayers and take seriously our obligation to deliver exceptional results on their behalf. This budget will achieve our key diplomatic goals. Let me walk through many of them. First, we'll make sure that China and Russia cannot gain a strategic advantage in an age of renewed great power competition. We'll continue our progress toward the final fully verified denuclearization of North Korea. And we'll support the people of Venezuela as they work toward a peaceful restoration of their democracy so they can achieve prosperity in their once rich nation. And we'll continue to confront the threat posed by the Islamic Republic of Iran and its malign behavior. And we'll work to help our allies and partners around the world become more secure and economically self-reliant as well. And I take it as a personal mission to make sure that our world-class diplomatic personnel have the resources they need to execute America's diplomacy in the 21st century. Mr. Chairman, I know that you, too, care deeply about the welfare of our dedicated professionals. I've seen it. They get up every day and carry out the Department's vital national security and foreign policy missions. And like you, my foremost priority is to ensure we have the resources to recruit, hire, develop, retain, and empower them to remain the world's finest diplomatic team. We especially need the extremely qualified individuals we nominated to serve in important management positions across the Department, many of whom have been awaiting Senate confirmation since last year. I also appreciate this committee's focus on ensuring that the 75,000 men and women of the Department's workforce are treated respectfully and justly. I have great respect for the committee's oversight role to ensure, and I work to ensure that those commitments are carried out. When I served in this chamber, I pressed administration officials hard about the importance of executive branch responsiveness to requests from Congress, and my team will continue to work with yours to fulfill your requests for briefings, meetings, information from the Department, and work constructively to identify how we can appropriately respond to the committee's oversight and investigative requests. I look forward to continue to work with you on all of these key foreign policy priorities and many more, and I'll now end my remarks so that we'll have a fulsome time for a good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I will now begin with my questions, and after my time has expired, I'll recognize members for 5 minutes for the purpose of questioning the witness. So I have 3 questions. I'm going to try to get them in, and so if you could give us a short answer, perhaps it would work, and then we'll follow it up. Mr. Secretary, from your experience in Congress investigating Benghazi, you know, of course, that we cannot conduct our constitutional oversight duties effectively if the executive branch stonewalls or drags its feet on committee requests for information. I want you to know that for over a year, the State Department has not responded to my concerns about allegations that senior officials targeted career employees for improper reasons, including their work for previous administrations, their sexual orientation, and even their national origin. And as you know, the Inspector General will finish his investigation of this matter shortly. You testified last May that people engaged in such targeting should not be working at the State Department. I'm holding 2 emails from 2017 right here from a senior official, Brian Hook. In one, he pledges to gather intel on an employee who was, quote, born in Iran. On the other, he makes a list of employees. I was shocked to see how he characterized these employees, not by anything related to their job performance, but by national origin, ethnicity, perceived political affiliation, and even gossip that some might be troublemakers. So I want to ask you an easy question. Is targeting employees for these reasons appropriate?
I came on board and immediately made sure that both the Office of Special Counsel and the OIG had all the information they needed to complete their investigation. And I am disappointed that they have not completed their work yet and hope that they will do so soon. And other than that, I'm not going to respond to anything about any particular person, but I can assure you, I want every employee at the Department of State treated with the dignity that they deserve because of their humanness.
Can you tell us then, Mr. Secretary, why haven't you shared with us any of the information?
So I think we have shared a great deal. We've come over, we've talked with you, we've talked with folks on the Senate side as well. We're working diligently to comply with the requests that you have. It's complicated when you have IG investigations and special counsel investigations. You would be the first to remind me that if we started asking hard questions of the IG, you would suggest that I might be trying to improperly interfere with their work. And I have tried to do everything I can to make sure that accusations like that could not possibly be leveled against.
I just want you to know that I have here the OIG's email confirming that they have no problems with the department providing these documents to Congress. It's just been very frustrating, and I'm sure you can understand the stonewalling we've been getting for over a year now. It's very frustrating. All we want to know is what we're entitled to know, and it's a call from your staff just days before this hearing in which they didn't agree to produce any documents is really not a good faith effort. So I would hope, based on what you've said, that you will provide us the documents the committee requested, and I hope you can do that within 1 week. There's nothing outlandish or outrageous. We're just trying to do our jobs. I want to ask you a question about Syria. I am very worried about President Trump's statement that we are going to pull out of Syria. I don't want the United States to be in a foreign country any more than they have to, but pulling out of Syria would be a betrayal to the Kurds, our faithful allies for many, many years, saved American lives. It would create problems for our ally Israel because it would put the Iranian regime right on Israel's border. And if and when we ever had to come back, it would probably result in more American casualties. Right now, we seem to have the situation pretty much in hand. So I hope that the President's precipitous statement that we were going to, after he allegedly spoke with Mr. Erdogan of Turkey, that we were going to pull out of Syria soon, immediately, or whatever, is not the truth, is not so, and that we have rethought it. And can you give us some assurances on that?
I don't want to speak about particular troop levels. I'll leave that to the Department of Defense, but I can talk about the policy. The President's made clear he wants to put as few American soldiers' lives at risk as he possibly can, and do so while achieving America's important policy interests. I think we can do that. You can't talk about, by the way, I have a senior State Department official who is working diligently to implement UN Security Council Resolution 2254 and to work with the Turks and with the Kurds to create conditions on the ground, but in the real estate that separates Syria and Turkey so that we can continue to maintain the vigilance that led to the destruction of the caliphate. This fits inside, it's a longer answer, but this fits inside our policy throughout the Middle East, whether it's Iraq or in Syria, the work that we're doing to help Lebanon, the work we're doing with our Gulf partners to achieve precisely what it is I think you described, a secure situation for the American people and an increase in the stability throughout the Middle East.
And of course, we don't need Iran in Syria or Russia in Syria right up to Israel's northern border.
That's correct.
So let me finally ask you this question. The Balkans. How is the U.S. pushing back on Russian encroachment in the Balkans? I am very supportive of the independence of Kosovo, very supportive of the U.S. alliance with Kosovo. I would like to see Kosovo in the United Nations, in all the international organizations. I know they're having negotiations with Serbia, but Serbia is actually trying to undermine them the minute the they walk away by trying to get other nations to withdraw their recognition of Kosovo, by making noise in terms of preventing them from getting into Interpol and some of the other international organizations. I just want to say that I hope the administration stands by our ally. I know of no country that is more pro-American than Kosovo, and I just would like to hear you respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're watching the situation closely. We understand all the risks. Undersecretary Hale was in the region not too terribly long ago. He reported back to me on the challenges. We understand Russia's efforts to influence and use various forms of power to control that region. And I'd be happy, I know you want short answers. I'd be happy to talk to you in detail about how it is we're trying to achieve those through our all the diplomatic tools we have, not only the soft power of diplomacy, but through our economic tools as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first say, Mr. Secretary, that the chairman and I will be working in a bipartisan fashion to plus up your budget. I think we need stability throughout the globe, and we look forward to working with you on that issue. Tomorrow, the chairman and I will be traveling to the Venezuelan border in Colombia. And I kind of have a two-part question. And first is, I don't think failure is an option here, but what would be the consequences for the United States and the region if Maduro succeeds in Venezuela? And second part is, if Maduro does not succeed, what would a post-Maduro reconstruction strategy look like?
So I'm of the nature that I try not to contemplate failure too often, but we have certainly considered what the risks are associated with the efforts that we've provided to date, and the efforts, frankly, you mentioned the Lima Group, all the countries in the region now, some 50-some that have recognized the proper leader as designated by the Venezuelan people through their constitution. Look, we've seen Russia continue trying to exert influence. We know that the Cubans are providing substantial support to the Maduro regime. Allowing Maduro to continue will have as its primary negative outcome continued destruction of the Venezuelan economy and real hardship for the Venezuelan people. It'll certainly have an importance in terms of the risk of terror, the risk of chaos, and that economic and refugees flowing from those regions, from Venezuela to the region as well. So there's lots of downside if the Venezuelan people's objective is not achieved. Second, the day and week after is going to be a long process. The Maduro regime's destruction of the economy in Venezuela is not as a result of the sanctions that the United States has put in place over the last months. This is years of socialist leadership that has completely put their primary revenue source, their fossil fuel resources, in a place that's going to cost, I've seen estimates between $6 and $12 billion in years to repair. So the day after means making sure the Cuban and Russian influence are out, Maduro and his cronies are all gone, and we begin to rebuild the democracy, and the world will have to provide the economic assistance to get them through this transition period. The United States will certainly be part of it, but I'm confident we will find the coalition that we've built, some 50 countries strong, that our State Department has built, will be part of that as well.
And thank you. I think it's a historic opportunity for the region, the hemisphere. I think it will transform Venezuela, which is now a failed state after it was a prosperous nation. And then now 20 years later, it's in utter chaos. And I think it would also impact Cuba, Nicaragua, Bolivia. It could really transform the Western Hemisphere and be a major foreign policy victory. On China, you know, as I get my threat briefings, Islamist terror has always been the focus, but it seems to me that China now is becoming more of the #1 threat in nation states. Can you tell me about the threat from China? In particular, what I'm concerned about is the One Belt, One Road initiative. Their theft of intellectual property. They're in our medical institutions, our universities. But the One Belt, One Road, they're literally over-leveraging countries, and particularly in Africa too, where they can take over these countries without a shot fired. And they are in Sri Lanka now. They have that port. And in Djibouti, what is the administration doing to counter the Chinese threat?
So the first thing we did is we identified it. something previous administrations were loath to do. I get it. We have important economic interests with China. Many American jobs depend on that. President Trump is doing his level best to set the trade relationship so that it's fair and reciprocal. So I would describe that as the first thing the administration did. The second thing is we recognize this is a great power battle, and we're engaged in it across the world. It's our support of ASEAN. It's our identifying the threat from Chinese state-owned enterprise technology companies, sharing that with countries in the Middle East and in Europe, identifying these risks so that Western democracies around the world will wake up to the risks and will push back. And you mentioned One Belt, One Road in particular. We are doing our best to make sure that there are Western competitors every place there's a project that China is putting forth. We're happy to compete. If it's fair, transparent, open transaction, the Chinese may win a few, but I am very confident that American businesses will do incredibly well there. What we've seen is just the opposite. We've seen transactions that weren't straight up, that weren't fair, that were designed with a national security interest and not an economic interest for the people of their country. State Department has shared with these countries and their people and their leadership the risks from entering into these. And frankly, I think countries throughout Asia, Southeast Asia, are waking up to this concern as well.
And let me just close. I know my time has expired. And just commending you for your engagement with Kim Jong-un in North Korea. I think that's vitally important given the threat that we face in the region. I also commend you for walking away from the table. I think the best thing Ronald Reagan did was walking away from the table from the Soviets, and then we ultimately saw the end of the Cold War. And I think just to get a deal like the Iran deal, for instance, it's not adequate. We need a good deal. And so thank you, sir. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. We'll now go to Mr. Searace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary of State, thank you and welcome. I want to talk a little bit about the Western Hemisphere and what's going on. I see a bigger plan in what's going on in Venezuela, I think, than most people. I see a lot of similarities of what happened with Cuba and what's happening in Venezuela. In Cuba, they allowed the people to leave that were disenchanted with the government. In Venezuela, there were 5,000 people leaving every day. They expect by the end of this year to be about 5 million people that have left Venezuela, those who are disenchanted with this government. I really believe that there's a bigger plan here to destabilize the Western Hemisphere with what's going on in Venezuela. You have 1 million people putting a great deal of pressure on Colombia, and they have opened their doors and they've done a great job in helping these people. You have 700,000 people going into Peru. You have people all the way down to Argentina. Some of these countries cannot absorb the quantity of people that are leaving Venezuela daily. So to me, I think this is part of a bigger plan to destabilize this whole region and continues to keep us busy and continues to make America the bad apple in all this. And I would hope that we will continue to put pressure on Maduro. I do not believe in military action, but I do believe that sanctions will be effective, and working with the Lima Group will be very effective. This afternoon, I'm meeting with Fabiana Rosales, the wife of Guaido. She's very concerned about her husband. She feels that any day now, they're going to pick him up, and God knows where they're going to put him. Are we prepared to increase our sanctions and make it even harder for Maduro to continue being in power if anything like this happens?
Yes.
Do you know, can you share with us what kind of sanctions would you be considering?
Well, what we've done so far is historic.
I agree with what you're doing so far.
And your analysis, I actually share most all of the analysis that you just laid out as well of the risks to the region. I'd prefer not to get out ahead of what we're prepared to sanction and what we're not. But suffice it to say, you have this administration's commitment to continue to work to deliver for the Venezuelan people, and whether that's economic sanctions, sanctions on family members, military leaders, our outreach through diplomats to try and convince the Venezuelan army of the fool's errand it is to stand with this thug. We're hard at it.
I'm concerned that it's going to go from Venezuela to Nicaragua. I mean, Nicaragua last year bought $80 million worth of tanks from Russia. They're one of the poorest countries, if not the poorest, in the region. So to me, they're going on the same path. This idea that somehow they're having this dialogue now, they keep walking away from this dialogue with the opposition. And it's only a matter of time till they pull one of these Maduro issues, where they become absolute power. Are we willing to put sanctions on Nicaragua if they go the same way as Venezuela?
I'm confident that we'll respond if the threat is similar and the risks are similar, we will respond in a similar fashion.
And the last thing I have is Uruguay, Mexico, they were talking about somehow some sort of dialogue to see if they could move Maduro out. Has the administration talked to these two countries in terms, I think Brazil was probably involved in that also, to see if they could help in moving this guy out of there before more people die?
Yes, we've been in conversations with, I personally have been in conversations with each of those two governments. And I must say, there is no evidence that there's any value in speaking with Maduro at this time. There's just, his time has come, his time is gone. It's time for him to leave.
Well, I have so many questions, and my time is running out, but I know the Turks.
I tried to be brief.
You have been. The Turks, the Iranians are in Venezuela, very concerned, and thank you for being here. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll just add to that, and they have provided financial assistance and support to the Maduro regime at a time when it was incredibly unconstructive.
And I see that the Russians landed 100 soldiers, something the other day.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Welcome, and thank you for your great leadership, and pardon me, and for being here today. A few months ago, I shared a hearing on the Chinese government's complicity in the production and trafficking of fentanyl. As we all know, 29,000 people in the United States have been killed, most recent numbers in 2017. I have a bill in H.R. 1542, Mr. Suarez is my principal Democrat co-sponsor, called the Combating Illicit Fentanyl Act of 2019. And what we're looking for is a listing of people who are complicit. At the hearing, I walked away thinking, we're not doing perhaps all that we can do. I know you're doing much. But it seems to me that Magnitsky Act sanctions and other things ought to be brought to bear against those people. Secondly, thank you on Ambassador John Richmond and Special Envoy Elan Carr for two very superb choices, Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism and Ambassador Richmond, I should say, heading up the Trafficking Office. So thank you for that leadership, because they are two wonderful people that are doing a good job already. Let me just ask you to announced by Ronald Reagan at, let me just jump back a second ago. Last night, I was at a premiere of a brand new film called Unplanned, which opens this weekend at over 1,000 theaters, based on the life of Abby Johnson and her book, Unplanned, which I've read. The film chronicles Ms. Johnson's life as a Planned Parenthood student activist, followed by almost 8 years as director of a large Planned Parenthood clinic in Texas, where over 20,000 abortions were performed. In Unplanned, Ms. Johnson points out that she assisted in the first ultrasound-guided abortion at that clinic. And she says, and I quote her, "The details startled me. At 13 weeks, you can clearly see the profile of the head, arms, and legs, even tiny fingers and toes. With my eyes glued on the image of this perfectly formed baby, I watched as a new image emerged on the video screen. The cannula, a straw-shaped instrument attached to the end of the suction tube, it looked like an invader out of place." She then says, at first the baby didn't seem aware of that. The next moment, there was a sudden jerk of the tiny foot of the baby, and then, as it pressed in, the doctor's voice broke in and said, "Beam me up, Scotty," telling the nurse to turn on the suction, and the child crumpled right before her eyes. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, in this country, we've lost 61 million unborn babies to abortion, a number that equates with the entire country, the population of Italy. And yet there are many of those who would like to export abortion through our foreign policy. So I want to thank you for your faithful implementation of the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, which continues to be a significant reiteration and expansion of President Reagan's Mexico City policy. Members might recall that announced by Ronald Reagan at the UN conference in 1984 in Mexico City, hence its name, the policy was and is designed to ensure that U.S. taxpayer funding is not funneled to foreign NGOs that perform or promote abortion as a method of family planning. 34 years ago, in July of 1985, I authored the first of several successful amendments. They became annual amendments to preserve this policy. People said then that NGOs wouldn't accept those conditions. We found out very quickly that they did, and they divested themselves, if they were complicit in the taking of life, to what their mission really happens to be, malaria or some other important program. So I want to thank you for that. Let me also remind my colleagues, and you know this so well, and special thanks, that President Trump has said he will veto any bill that weakens or nullifies any pro-life policy, any of them, or, and that includes Mexico City, and we will sustain that veto. More than 169 members have signed the letter to the President in the House, 49 in the Senate, saying clearly, if it's on any bill, that bill, we will sustain your veto, Mr. President. And I want to assure you, because life is so precious and we need to protect it, we will do that, and those members will be true to their words. So on those issues, if you could, briefly, fentanyl, speak to that if you would.
Let me take two of them briefly. President Trump has made this a priority. He got a commitment from President Xi that President Xi would do all he could in his space to stop fentanyl from moving out of China. We have not yet seen as much action as we had anticipated we would see. The day I was there, heard President Xi make that commitment. This administration is determined this crisis, this opioid crisis, is real. It's tragic. We don't have our hands around it yet, but know that the State Department and other my colleagues across the cabinet understand the risk that this presents to the United States and its people. Second, your statements on the Mexico City policy, I appreciate. We made an extension of it yesterday. I'm very confident that the things that we did yesterday will be absorbed by the NGO community. They will continue to deliver on the health needs that you and I both are so committed to delivering. Not a single dollar will be reduced in terms of spending. We'll make sure that those dollars go to the right place and that not $1 of taxpayer funding goes to the tragedy of abortion around the world.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As you can see, we have a vote on the floor right now, and there's 4 minutes, 40 seconds. There's only 2 votes, though, luckily. So I'm going to recess for now.
Great.
We can give Mr. Secretary, there's a room we were in before if you'd like to go in, and we'll be back and start as quickly as we can. It should only be about another 15 minutes or so. So we stand in recess till then.
So as you heard, a little bit of a break here as we hear from Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He is testifying on the State Department's 2020 budget request before the House Foreign Affairs Committee. The committee taking a break as members head over to the House for a series of votes. And when they return, we will continue with our live coverage here on C-SPAN 3. While we wait for that, we'll look at the hearing from the beginning, starting with opening remarks from the committee chair.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to a length limitation in the rules. So this afternoon, we will hear testimony from Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on the Trump administration's 2020 International Affairs Budget request and a range of other issues dealing with the administration's foreign policy and management of the State Department. Welcome back to the House, Mr. Secretary. I know you spent so many good days here, and I appreciated your reaching out shortly after the election when you were first nominated as Secretary of State. I value our open line of communication.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome to the public and members of the press as well, especially our friends from C-SPAN who are celebrating his 40th birthday this week. So let me first of all start with the budget. The administration's first budget request before you were Secretary, Mr. Secretary, was deeply disappointing. Slashing investments in diplomacy and development by nearly a third, it met resounding bipartisan rejection here in Congress. The second budget was baffling after Congress made it clear we would not gut American diplomacy. The administration made essentially the same request to do just that. Again, it was rejected. And the third budget, which once again, in my opinion, seeks to hobble the State Department and other agencies, this, in my view, demonstrates contempt for diplomacy and diplomats and contempt for the Congress, frankly, whose job it is to decide how much to spend on foreign affairs. First year, when the budget was sent, it was rejected, and we came up with our budget, bipartisan way, I should say. And then the second year, the administration came to lowball us once again, and now the third year, the same time, when the budget has been rejected twice before. Why would the administration send a similar budget only to be rejected a third time? So, Mr. Secretary, let me be clear. This budget request it was dead the moment it arrived on Capitol Hill. I don't know whether the administration really believes that we can mount an effective foreign policy, one that advances American interests, values, and security on a shoestring budget, or if the people calling the shots just don't care. But Congress won't stand by and see American leadership on the global stage undermined, and that's not just our opinion. That's the power of the purse. That's what we're supposed to do. So that's the good news. The bad news comes when the administration shows the world just how little stock it puts in diplomacy and development, in building bridges of friendship, and forging alliances, and resolving conflict and crises. This budget, in my opinion, signals to the world that the Trump foreign policy is one of disengagement, of pulling back from places where American leadership is needed the most. And we know other countries that don't share our values, countries like China and Russia and Iran. Those countries are more than happy to fill the void. So it also tells our diplomatic and development workforce that their efforts are not valued. That's had an impact that we can already see. We see it in the plummeting morale of the State Department and the number of diplomats chased to the exits. We see it in report after report after report of politically motivated targeting and harassment of career employees, allegations on which the Department has failed to respond to multiple committee requests for information. We see it in the drop in the number of civil servants at the Department and the sharp decline in employee satisfaction, according to the Partnership for Public Service. And when I look at the administration's policies, I'm left wondering how often, if State Department experts are being ignored completely. From denigrating our alliances, NATO, to cozying up to strongmen, to walking away from our international agreements and obligations, from an abortive summit with North Korea, to saber-rattling in Venezuela, to clearing the way for Iran and Russia, to run roughshod over Syria if we leave, from waging a trade war with China that's hurting American farmers and consumers, to slamming the door on vulnerable people around the world seeking to come to our country. Those don't seem like policies to me built on the expertise and experience that our diplomats offer. They seem like what I call fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants diplomacy. And so as Congress exercises its constitutional responsibility in rejecting the inadequate budget request, this committee will also conduct oversight to deal with what I consider major problems in foreign policy and the State Department. Mr. Secretary, I was hopeful that the Department would work collaboratively with us to allow this committee to carry out its constitutionally mandated oversight duties. But I must say, 3 months into this Congress, the response from the Department to our requests has ranged from foot-dragging to outright stonewalling. It's very frustrating, and that's not acceptable. I believe you'd feel the same way, since I know you, if you were still a member of this body. I hope the trend changes, but if it doesn't, I will use every tool at this committee's disposal to get the answers we need. And I hope we can get some of those answers today. I look forward to a frank conversation and to your testimony, Mr. Secretary. And before I introduce you, I will call on my friend, the ranking member, Mr. Mike McCall of Texas, for any opening statement he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. I applaud the work that you're doing for our country. And let me say, my recent visit to the State Department, I found that the morale is very good. Over the last 2 years, the administration has embarked on a forward-leaning agenda, which is putting America back where it needs to be. And I want to thank you for ending the era of leading from behind and strategic patience. The importance of our diplomatic mission cannot be overstated. With the growing crisis in Venezuela, an unpredictable North Korea, China and Russia creating mischief around the globe, terrorism on the rise in Africa, and Iran threatening Israel, we must show our strength through hands of diplomacy. The President's budget request identifies our most challenging threats. For example, it includes $662 million to counter Russia's malign influence in Europe and Eurasia. This vital assistance will support our allies like Ukraine to help enhance their cybersecurity infrastructure to counter Russian attacks and their propaganda and disinformation campaigns. In regards to Ukraine's upcoming elections, I will closely watch, and I know you will as well, how the Russians interfere. It may be a precursor to what we will see here in 2020. The President's budget proposal also contains some much-needed reforms. However, I do agree with the Chairman. I believe that certain cuts have unintended consequences that cost us more in the long term. This is especially true of cuts to critical humanitarian and developmental assistance programs that promote democracy, support economic growth, and provide life-saving resources to bolster stability in areas at risk of terrorism and extremist ideologies. As the former Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis once said, if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition. On terrorism, a few years ago, you and I had the opportunity to travel to Northern Africa and the Middle East, and I remember watching the F-18s taking off in the Persian Gulf from the deck of the Harry Truman to hit ISIS targets in Syria. Today, it almost feels a little surreal to be able to finally say that their so-called caliphate is gone. And I applaud your efforts in that mission. But we also still note the threat from ISIS, al-Qaeda, and others still remains. On fragile states, a key lesson from violent conflicts in fragile states is that they provide fertile recruiting ground for terrorist and transnational criminal organizations. This broken model can be fixed, and we need to do more in terms of prevention. That is why Chairman Engel and I reintroduced our Fragile States Bill this Congress. It will require that the administration launch a new initiative to counter our assistance to these broken states. On the Middle East, any strategy there must always include strengthening our ties with Israel. And for starters, I was very proud of your efforts and the President's to see our embassy move from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Mr. Secretary, I want to applaud your efforts also in countering Iran. Some don't see their true menace. They are still the #1 state sponsor of terror. They support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, hold Americans hostage. They have an assassination campaign in Europe, a reckless missile program, suppress their people's freedom, and let's not forget, want to wipe out Israel and chant death to America. I applaud last week's sanctions that target Iranian weapons of mass destruction proliferators. We cannot let Iran get nuclear weapons ever. On China, their government aggressively steals our intellectual property, threatens Taiwan, partakes in growing military adventurism, and targets both developed and underdeveloped nations through their One Belt, One Road initiative. I am very supportive of the action items laid out in your Indo-Pacific speech last year. As you know, many countries tell us America is just not there the way the Chinese and other countries are. And that is why I introduced the Championing American Business Through Diplomacy Act with Chairman Engel. In sum, it bolsters U.S. economic and commercial diplomacy by mandating that our diplomats have better training and do more to ensure countries do business with American companies rather than with the Chinese. On Venezuela, we can all agree that the socialist policies of Nicolas Maduro have turned the once rich country into a failed mafia state. With little food and medicine, millions of people are suffering more every day and forced to flee to other countries in the region. Maduro's armed thugs are blocking the delivery of humanitarian aid. They've shot innocent civilians, kidnapped the chief of staff of interim President Guaido, and just yesterday attacked Guaido's motorcade. I would also like to note that Maduro has taken 4 Texans who worked for Citgo and put them in a Venezuelan prison. I commend the president for supporting the people of Venezuela in their quest to take back their country through free and fair elections, and applaud neighbors like Colombia, Brazil, and the Lima Group for their effort. Secretary Pompeo, it's a great honor to welcome you today as a secretary, as a former colleague, and a friend. And I've always said that partisanship, as the chairman says, must end at the water's edge. This hearing gives us a chance to put partisan politics aside and offer solutions to complex issues. I look forward to your testimony, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. And now let me introduce our witness. Michael Pompeo is the 70th United States Secretary of State, taking office April 26th of last year. From January 2017 until he became our top diplomat, Mr. Pompeo served as the 6th Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. From 2011 until 2017, he represented Kansas's 4th Congressional District right here in the U.S. House of Representatives. He's a lawyer, an entrepreneur, and from 1986 until 1991, served in the United States Army. Mr. Secretary, welcome back to the House. We're pleased to have you with us today, and I now recognize you for 5 minutes to summarize your testimony.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Engel. Thank you, Ranking Member McCall. I will be brief this morning. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss the administration's FY 2020 budget. It's designed around the national security strategy to achieve our foreign policy goals. The request for $40 billion for State Department and USAID puts us in position to do just that. These monies will protect our citizens at home and abroad, advance American prosperity and values, and support our allies and partners overseas. We make this request mindful of the burden on American taxpayers and take seriously our obligation to deliver exceptional results on their behalf. This budget will achieve our key diplomatic goals. Let me walk through many of them. First, we'll make sure that China and Russia cannot gain a strategic advantage in an age of renewed great power competition. We'll continue our progress toward the final fully verified denuclearization of North Korea. And we'll support the people of Venezuela as they work toward a peaceful restoration of their democracy so they can achieve prosperity in their once rich nation. And we'll continue to confront the threat posed by the Islamic Republic of Iran and its malign behavior. And we'll work to help our allies and partners around the world become more secure and economically self-reliant as well. And I take it as a personal mission to make sure that our world-class diplomatic personnel have the resources they need to execute America's diplomacy in the 21st century. Mr. Chairman, I know that you too care deeply about the welfare of our dedicated professionals. I've seen it. They get up every day and carry out the Department's vital national security and foreign policy missions. And like you, my foremost priority is to ensure we have the resources to recruit, hire, develop, retain, and empower them to remain the world's finest diplomatic team. We especially need the extremely qualified individuals we nominated to serve in important management positions across the Department, many of whom have been awaiting Senate confirmation since last year. I also appreciate this committee's focus on ensuring that the 75,000 men and women of the Department's workforce are treated respectfully and justly. I have great respect for the committee's oversight role to ensure, and I work to ensure that those commitments are carried out. When I served in this chamber, I pressed administration officials hard about the importance of executive branch responsiveness to requests from Congress, and my team will continue to work with yours to fulfill your requests for briefings, meetings, information from the Department, and work constructively to identify how we can appropriately respond to the committee's oversight and investigative requests. I look forward to continue to work with you on all of these key foreign policy priorities and many more, and I'll now end my remarks so that we'll have a fulsome time for a good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I will now begin with my questions, and after my time has expired, I'll recognize members for 5 minutes for the purpose of questioning the witness. So I have 3 questions. I'm going to try to get them in, and so if you could give us a short answer, perhaps it would work, and then we'll follow it up. Mr. Secretary, from your experience in Congress investigating Benghazi, you know, of course, that we cannot conduct our constitutional oversight duties effectively if the executive branch stonewalls or drags its feet on committee requests for information. I want you to know that for over a year, the State Department has not responded to my concerns about allegations that senior officials targeted career employees for improper reasons, including their work for previous administrations, their sexual orientation, and even their national origin. And as you know, the Inspector General will finish his investigation of this matter shortly. You testified last May that people engaged in such targeting should not be working at the State Department. I'm holding 2 emails from 2017 right here from a senior official, Brian Hook. In one, he pledges to gather intel on an employee who was, quote, born in Iran. On the other, he makes a list of employees. I was shocked to see how he characterized these employees, not by anything related to their job performance, but by national origin, ethnicity, perceived political affiliation, and even gossip that some might be troublemakers. So I want to ask you an easy question. Is targeting employees for these reasons appropriate?
Boy, I came on board and immediately made sure that both the Office of Special Counsel and the OIG had all the information they needed to complete their investigation. And I am disappointed that they have not completed their work yet and hope that they will do so soon. And other than that, I'm not going to respond to anything about any particular person, but I can assure you, I want every employee at the Department of State treated with the dignity that they deserve because of their humanness.
Can you tell us then, Mr. Secretary, why haven't you shared with us any of the information?
So I think we have shared a great deal. We've come over, we've talked with you, we've talked with folks on the Senate side as well. We're working diligently to comply with the requests that you have. It's complicated when you have IG investigations and special counsel investigations. You would be the first to remind me that if we started asking hard questions of the IG, you would suggest that I might be trying to improperly interfere with their work. And I have tried to do everything I can to make sure that accusations like that could not possibly be leveled against.
I just want you to know that I have here the OIG's email confirming that they have no problems with the Department providing these documents to Congress. It's just been very frustrating, and I'm sure you can understand the stonewalling we've been getting for over a year now. It's very frustrating. All we want to know is what we're entitled to know, and it's a call a call from your staff just days before this hearing in which they didn't agree to produce any documents is really not a good faith effort. So I would hope, based on what you've said, that you will provide us the documents the committee requested, and I hope you can do that within 1 week. There's nothing outlandish or outrageous. We're just trying to do our jobs. I want to ask you a question about Syria. I am very worried about President Trump's statement that we are going to pull out of Syria. I don't want the United States to be in a foreign country any more than they have to, but pulling out of Syria would be a betrayal to the Kurds, our faithful allies for many, many years, saved American lives. It would create problems for our ally Israel because it would put the Iranian regime right on Israel's border. And if and when we ever had to come back, it would probably result in more American casualties. Right now, we seem to have the situation pretty much in hand. So I hope that the President's precipitous statement that we were going to, after he allegedly spoke with Mr. Erdogan of Turkey, that we were going to pull out of Syria soon, immediately, or whatever, is not the truth, is not so, and that we have rethought it. And can you give us some assurances on that?
I don't want to speak about particular troop levels. I'll leave that to the Department of Defense, but I can talk about the policy. The President's made clear he wants to put as few American soldiers' lives at risk as he possibly can, and do so while achieving America's important policy interests. I think we can do that. You can't talk about, by the way, I have a senior State Department official who is working diligently to implement UN Security Council Resolution 2254 and to work with the Turks and with the Kurds to create conditions on the ground, but in the real estate that separates Syria and Turkey so that we can continue to maintain the vigilance that led to the destruction of the caliphate. This fits inside, it's a longer answer, but this fits inside our policy throughout the Middle East, whether it's Iraq or in Syria, the work that we're doing to help Lebanon, the work we're doing with our Gulf partners to achieve precisely what it is I think you described, a secure situation for the American people and an increase in the stability throughout the Middle East.
And of course, we don't need Iran in Syria or Russia in Syria right up to Israel's northern border.
That's correct.
So let me finally ask you this question. The Balkans. How is the U.S. pushing back on Russian encroachment in the Balkans? I am very supportive of the independence of Kosovo, very supportive of the U.S. alliance with Kosovo. I would like to see Kosovo in the United Nations, in all the international organizations. I know they're having negotiations with Serbia, but Serbia is actually trying to undermine them the minute they walk away by trying to get other nations to withdraw the recognition of Kosovo, by making noise in terms of preventing them from getting into Interpol and some of the other international organizations. I just want to say that I hope the administration stands by our ally. I know of no country that is more pro-American than Kosovo, and I just would like to hear you respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're watching the situation closely. We understand all the risks. Undersecretary Hale was in the region not too terribly long ago. He reported back to me on the challenges. We understand Russia's efforts to influence and use various forms of power to control that region. And I'd be happy, I know you want short answers. I'd be happy to talk to you in detail about how it is we're trying to achieve those through our all the diplomatic tools we have, not only the soft power of diplomacy, but through our economic tools as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first say, Mr. Secretary, that the chairman and I will be working in a bipartisan fashion to plus up your budget. I think we need stability throughout the globe, and we look forward to working with you on that issue. Tomorrow, the chairman and I will be traveling to the Venezuelan border in Colombia. And I kind of have a two-part question. And First is, I don't think failure is an option here, but what would be the consequences for the United States and the region if Maduro succeeds in Venezuela? And second part is, if Maduro does not succeed, what would a post-Maduro reconstruction strategy look like?
So I'm of the nature that I try not to contemplate failure too often, but we have certainly considered.
We're about to get some of our members. I know you remember the days fondly.
I do.
So what we'll do is we'll start. Mr. Meeks, you'll be up. Are you ready? Or? Wherever you want me to pull you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Okay, as our members are coming back, we'll start immediately, and then we'll continue to the end. I'm told we're not expecting any more votes, so that should be a good thing. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you for your patience. It's now my pleasure to call on Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mr. Secretary.
Hello.
I missed your testimony, but I read it, and I thought it was an important point that you made when you mentioned Colombia and this whole scenario that's dealing with Venezuela. I guess you'd say that the people in Venezuela, I think we would agree on this, are in crises, correct?
I'm sorry, the people in Venezuela.
The people
yes.
that are,
Yes, sir.
and so they're fleeing, and fortunately they're going to Colombia, and we've got a great ally in Colombia, and Colombia is doing the right thing by taking care of these folks who are in crises. Just seems to me that it's in contrast to the position that we're taking on our southern border, because I don't hear any talks, and I'm speaking to the members of the Colombian government. They're not saying they're being invaded. They got millions of people crossing their border every day. They're not saying they're being invaded. There's no talk about building a wall, but rather they're calling for a coordination of humanitarian assistance and working within their group. Fact of the matter is, in talking to some of the Colombian members of their government, I was talking to them not too long ago, well, yesterday to be in fact, they expect the possibility of a bigger crisis. They says 2-3 million people may be coming across. But they were going to try to do and make sure they took care of them, not prevent them from coming across. Stark contrast to the policies that we have on our southern border. Do you see a difference from people trying to flee for their life and safety on the southern border of the United States and the border between Venezuela and Colombia?
In what respect?
Well, in the respect of being humanitarian and trying to take care of a people that's in crises, people that are fleeing their homeland because of their safety. And what we've seen on our southern border, families who are fleeing their homeland for fear in losing their life. And we've had the policy of either building a wall so they won't come over here, separating them from their families, locking them up. That's been our policy, as opposed to what I see happening in Colombia and Peru and the other bordering countries around Venezuela. And there's nowhere near the amount of people on our southern border that are now crossing the border in Colombia. But the response is substantially different from our administration and President Duque's administration in Colombia.
Well, every nation gets to make its own sovereign decisions about how to handle crises of this nature. I think that's to be sure. Our president.
Well, you praise them, so then maybe you should say something different about us, because we're handling a situation completely different than they are. Let me just go from there. Let me ask, because you're here about budget also, and I understand that there was a cut, somewhere between 17 and 20% reduction for embassy security, construction, and maintenance. Is that not correct?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I know that we've increased our budget for the overall scope of security inside the Department of State. It's something I have as a real priority.
But I just want to be sure because, look, last time we had a conversation, we talked about security, and you said at that time that you take a backseat to no one with respect to caring about or protecting the people that work for us, cutting their security, given, what's going on, I think I know it's concerning to me because I want to make sure that we protect our diplomats. In fact, do you recall the incident in Dhaka, Bangladesh? I think that took place on August 4th of 2018.
I'm sorry, where was this, Mr.?
Dhaka, Bangladesh.
I don't know what incident you're referring to. We have security incidents with great frequency, and we do our level best to address them. And our team are fantastic and have kept our people safe during my time.
Well, let me tell you about it. Unfortunately, no one was injured. But on August 4th, 2018, armed men on motorcycles targeted our then ambassador to Bangladesh. While attacked her vehicle.
I recall the incident. Yes.
Okay. And so, luckily nobody's hurt. But when I hear, as a matter of policy, that we are cutting back on security, that gives me some real concern, particularly from you, Mr. Secretary, because when you were on this side of the bench, you questioned Democrats when we had a Democrat administration on their sincerity with reference to protection of our embassies. But yet you're silent when we're cutting the budgets for security and the State Department, but nothing said, and clearly our ambassadors are at stake, at risk. And I think I'm out of time, so I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chabot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you know, last Congress I introduced the Taiwan Travel Act, and President Trump signed it into law last March. The intention of this legislation was to allow our high-level officials to go to Taipei and to allow their high-level officials to come here to the United States, including Washington. In fact, as I had mentioned to you when you were here last time, I would absolutely advocate President Tsai addressing a joint session of Congress here in Washington, D.C., sometime in the not-too-distant future. As you know, you and I were elected together back in 2010, historic 2010 class, majority makers, and you've moved on. It was your first time, my second time, but you moved on to, I guess, some would argue bigger and better things, but you're now Secretary of State. And as you may know, I was first elected back in '94, and a member of my class back then, Sam Brownback, was here for a while, and then he moved up and on to the Senate, although we don't necessarily think that's up on this side of the building. Of course, then he became governor of Kansas. And the reason I bring Sam up is not only were we classmates, but he's now ambassador at large for international religious freedom, and he did visit Taipei recently. I would certainly encourage more visits like that. So I guess my question, Mr. Secretary, would be, do you think that the full implementation of the Taiwan Travel Act would improve U.S.-Taiwan relations, and can the people of Taiwan count on you to advocate for further implementation of that I think, very important legislation, the Taiwan Travel Act?
So I think it's important to consider all of these things in the context of the challenges from China. And you've seen what we've done with respect to Taiwan. It was just in the past few days that we sailed through the Straits, the United States Department of Defense through the Straits.
The gentleman, if everybody will hold. Excuse me. You are out of order.
Sanctions are an act of economic war. Mike Pompeo wants to destabilize countries like Iran and Venezuela.
We'll hold for a minute.
Crisis to justify U.S. intervention. Mike Pompeo said that the Iranian people would have to choose between eating food and their own government. That's what the point of sanctions is to starve people. AnswerCoalition.org. Hands off Venezuela. Hands off Iran. Hands off China.
The chair reminds all members of the audience that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House and its committees. And if there are any further disruptions, the police will be called back to remove the person or persons from the hearing room.
Mr. Chairman, the Secretary was in the process of answering a question. I would ask that our time be restored.
Yes, absolutely.
I appreciate that. I would also note that the, I guess I'll use the term gentleman who just interrupted this meeting was neither from Taiwan nor the PRC and had nothing to do with my question or the Secretary's answer. So, Mr. Secretary, if you could continue.
I appreciate you stopping people from disapproval, Mr. Chairman. If there's approval, you can let them go on. So this is a very serious matter. The Taiwan Travel Relations Act is an important piece of legislation. You've seen our administration do a great deal to implement that. I'm sure there's more to follow. I don't want to get too far out ahead of what we're doing, but make no mistake about it, we understand the importance of that relationship, and more importantly, we have taken a much fuller view than previous administrations. This is not partisan. It goes back to Republicans and Democrats alike of the concerns about the risk that China presents to American wealth creation and our continued democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate that. I'd like to move on at this point to Burma. A year and a half ago, the Burmese military drove the Rohingya out of the Rakhine state through a campaign of killings and rapes and burning of villages and some of the most horrific and unspeakable crimes that we'd seen on this globe in a long, long time. We all appreciated when then Secretary Tillerson, your predecessor, dubbed these atrocities as ethnic cleansing. Now, as you know, ethnic cleansing is a powerful message, but it doesn't have legal weight. And since 2017, overwhelming evidence has come out that clearly shows that the Burmese military committed crimes against humanity. Even the department's own investigation into these atrocities came to similar conclusions. Several entities, including the House, have concluded that these crimes constitute genocide. The State Department has not made any legal pronouncement at this point beyond ethnic cleansing. Given all the evidence available to you, could you comment today if you're ready to conclude or where you are in determining whether the crimes committed against the Rohingya by the Burmese military did constitute at least crimes against humanity?
Yeah, let me try and address that. You referenced the report that the State Department did. It was amazing work by some really talented State Department officers to go out and collect that data. I think the data speaks for itself in terms of the horrific nature of what took place there. Yep. With respect to making this legal determination, I'm not prepared to provide you an answer today. Know that we are still looking at it. Frankly, that I am still looking at that more specifically. My objective here is to get a really good outcome, to change this behavior, then to hold those responsible accountable. I want to make sure that we do this in a thoughtful way. Yeah. I get the messaging that takes place when a Secretary of State makes these designations. I value that, and it is important. But I think we'd all agree the most important thing we can do is get both accountability and behavioral change, and that's what the State Department's working to do. We are still actively considering how to approach those conclusions.
Thank you very much. Georgia and Ukraine both face intense continued pressure from Putin. Both have territory illegally under Russian control. Despite the risks, Georgia and Ukraine and really many Eastern European countries actively pursue pro-Western policies. Could you describe how the President's budget enhances our support for these two critical partners?
So you've seen real tangible ways we've done in Ukraine, providing defensive items to the Ukrainian people. We've provided intelligence assistance. I saw that in my previous role before I was the Secretary of State. You've seen our efforts all across the world, in Ukraine and Georgia included, to push back against Russian efforts to interfere when elections are approaching, as we are in Ukraine today. There are many elements. It's not, and I was speaking about things mostly that the State Department, Department of Defense were involved in. There are elements all across the United States government determined to help the Georgian people who are very pro-American and share our understanding of the way that region ought to operate.
Thank you. And I've only got 30 seconds, so I want to conclude on North Korea. I want to applaud both you and the President and his team for being willing to walk away from a bad deal in Hanoi. It reminded me a lot of a president who has, up to this point, was my most respected president, Ronald Reagan, walking away from Gorbachev in Reykjavik. So thank you for doing that. You know, it's easy to enter into a bad deal and you get some press that's positive, but you were willing to walk away. God bless you for doing it. Keep the sanctions up and let's denuclearize that peninsula. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for being here. Mr. Secretary, I don't want to talk at a political level today with you. I want to talk from the heart. And I want to talk about a matter of justice on behalf of one of my constituents, well known to you. I want to show you a picture. This picture took place on November 19th, 2017 in my district. I'm holding a cane because I had had a bad accident at a NATO meeting in Bucharest, Romania a few months before, and I still needed a cane to hobble around. Not the most flattering picture of me. Next to me is a man named Jamal Khashoggi. He's a mild-mannered man. He and I are discussing Middle East issues. He was a Saudi citizen, family, children, had on occasion worked for the Saudi government or for members of the royal family. He was mild-mannered, soft-spoken, and a moderate critic of the kingdom. He wanted to see modernization. He wanted to see reforms. He was a columnist sometimes for the Washington Post, our local newspaper here in Washington. On October 2nd, 2018, 11 months later, my constituent, a legal resident of the United States who lived in Tyson's Corner in Fairfax County, the Commonwealth of Virginia, was lured into the sovereign territory, consulate, of the Saudi government in Istanbul because he was seeking papers to get remarried. He had his fiancée outside waiting for him. He had been to the consulate before, and they had lulled him into believing he would be safe. But of course, he wasn't. What we know was that on that day, 2 planes under the control of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia flew in with 2 teams whose objective was to either kidnap or kill Mr. Khashoggi. One presumes the objective involved killing because, not a diplomatic tool normally, they brought with them a bone saw. We know all of that because of revelations from Turkey. But those revelations, as I understand it, have been confirmed by our intelligence community. You'd know better than I. Nonetheless, what we do know is the Saudi government lied consistently. They lied about whether he safely left the consulate that day, knowing full well he did not. They lied about his murder. They lied about the conspiracy to murder him. They lied about who did it and how it was done. And I guess I want to show you another picture, Mr. Secretary. This is a picture that took place 14 days after the murder. And that shows you and the Crown Prince, who many believe orchestrated and ordered the murder of Mr. Khashoggi, my constituent. And I guess what this picture raises is a question. At what point as Americans do we insist that the inalienable rights enumerated in our Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, all 3 of which were denied my constituent, Mr. Khashoggi, when do they trump diplomatic nicety? Is there ever a time when we're going to, as a country, insist, you know what, we're not going to do business as normal. and we are going to hold you to account. Now, at that meeting, you said, I believe, that they would be held to account, but you were meeting with a man who was assuring you they would be held to account when he is himself suspected strongly of having orchestrated the murder. And so I guess I want to ask you, Mr. Secretary, were you aware of the fact at that point of the gruesome details of the murder of my constituent, Mr. Khashoggi? Did you discuss that murder with the Crown Prince? And how are we going to, moving forward, hold the Crown Prince and the Saudi government responsible for one of the most grisly episodes ever to occur in a consulate or an embassy in our diplomatic experience?
So you asked three questions there, I believe. The first one was what was my knowledge base. I think at that time I knew most of what had taken place, although I don't recall the exact sequence. I certainly have learned more about that since then. I've learned additional facts since that moment in time. Second question was, did I discuss the murder? The answer is yes. I think I said it that day that I had discussed the murder with him. And then the third question is, how will we hold them accountable? You've seen the Trump administration do just that with respect to 17 individuals. We are continuing all across the government, certainly in overt means, and all the tools that we have in our capacity to learn more facts about this. And President Trump has made very clear that we will continue to work to identify those who are responsible for Jamal Khashoggi's murder and hold them accountable. I stand by that today. I'm sure
And Mr. Just a real quick one. And does that mean, Mr. Secretary, no matter how high up it might go?
I said anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
And I pray we get justice for Mr. Khashoggi and his family and friends.
Thank you.
I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you. We're proud of your service in this body and your current efforts. I want to begin by applauding the President and your department for taking steps to recognize the Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. As you might recall, I wrote you a letter last year in that regard, encouraging that recognition. And I just think at this time, with Iran, their proxies, terrorist organizations, the IRGC, Hezbollah, all on the border, there is no more of an important time than now to take this action. And I speak for all the people in the district that I'm privileged to represent that are proud of this action and support it, and just say thank you very much, and we offer our support and assistance. Moving on, regarding Tibet, I'm just wondering, what is preventing the administration from formally placing a diplomatic post in Lhasa?
It's something that previous administrations and this administration continue to review. You have to place it in the context of our larger policy, Indo-Pacific policy, even more broadly. We're trying to make sure that we get each of these steps right. It's what President Trump has directed each of us to do is recognize facts on the ground, try and apply good common sense, and then generate policies that actually get outcomes. I think for an awful long time, we've done things that made us feel good, but didn't deliver. And so with respect to this particular issue and all the issues that surround it in Asia, we want to make sure that we actually deliver for the American people. And so as we consider the appropriateness of a lot of decisions on designations, on sanctions, on how the Department of Defense is going to posture how we work with Southeast Asian countries, we want to make sure that we actually deliver for the American people.
We hope you do. It's been a long time, and I think it would be helpful for our broader relationship, so to speak. Moving on, but somewhat within the realm of China, will the State Department consider revoking pouch status for construction materials regarding the housing complex on Connecticut Avenue that China is building in association with their diplomatic mission here until they respond to a reciprocal type arrangement with our embassy in Beijing?
I'm familiar with the challenges we're having with delivering diplomatic materials consistent with international treaty obligations there in Beijing. We're considering lots of different ways to convince the Chinese to permit us to do this basic diplomatic function.
Isn't it part of their agreement that they can't be shipping their construction materials in via diplomatic pouch? I mean, didn't they sign that agreement or agree to that provision?
I'm not certain if that's the case or not.
All right, it's my understanding, but if there's something other than that, maybe we'll follow up afterwards. But it seems to me that this is a circumstance that should be easy when our construction, our building over there needs assistance and needs attention, that we should be able to do that, and certainly under the exact same provisions that they are, and the fact that they would not allow that while we allow them to build on Connecticut Avenue, on the high ground, mind you, as a military officer. That concerns not only me, but many Americans greatly. Moving on, with the advent of the Mueller report, I'm wondering if your department is starting to investigate people at the State Department that use their official position, to distribute and elements or discuss elements of the Steele dossier with the intent of sparking an investigation into the President of the United States that work in the State Department, those folks. Are there ongoing investigations, or are you considering investigations at this time?
I'm going to honor the commitment I made when I signed up for this gig. I'm not going to talk about ongoing investigations that we have, but you can rest assured that if we see malfeasance, misbehavior, those doing things that are inappropriate, the team understands their mission set, which is to hold every officer accountable against the mission set that the Constitution and President Trump have laid out for us.
And I appreciate not discussing ongoing investigations, but now that the Mueller investigation is complete, the report, at least the summary, is issued, and we expect the full report, or at least a portion of that, when able, do you envision any new investigations or opening any investigations subsequent to that, based on what you know now about some of the people at the State Department who have engaged in circulating or being a part of the Steele dossier?
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on investigations that we might or might not open.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes himself. I've got 4 questions for the record that I just want to have my colleagues be aware of. The first of these is whether we can count on you to support continued assistance to Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh, especially for demining efforts, and expanding support to health care and rehabilitation services, especially those injured in mines. The second is whether we can count on you to support aid to Armenia for the 25,000 Syrian refugees that they've taken in. The third is I'm chair of the Sindh caucus. Southern Pakistan, Sindh, has faced extrajudicial killings, forced conversions of Hindu girls after they've been kidnapped, and then forcible marriages. And Dr. Anwar Laghari, the brother of a dear friend of mine, was subject to extrajudicial killing 4 years ago. So I hope that you can pledge to raise gross human rights violation in Sindh with the Pakistani diplomats that you interact with. And I hope that you'll also be able to support more outreach in the Sindhi language from our Karachi consulate, and to support $1.5 million a year so that the Voice of America can broadcast in the Sindhi language. Now I want to pick up on Mr. Conley's comments. Khashoggi was brutally murdered. So far, our sole response has been to tell 17 thugs that they can't visit Disneyland. They can't, these 17 button men who won't get U.S. embassies. That's an inadequate response. I'm going to suggest a better response. There are a lot of things we could do to Saudi Arabia that may not be our traditional policy, may not be in our interest, but one thing that is in our interest is to prevent Saudi Arabia from getting a nuclear weapon, for 3 reasons. If you cannot trust a regime with a bone saw, you should not trust them with nuclear weapons. Second, even if you think MBS is a tremendous leader for the future, he's not a democratically elected leader. He could be overthrown by the Wahhabi clerics at any time. And of course, the Middle East doesn't need a new nuclear weapon. What I've seen in this administration recently, and it's just come out, is an effort to evade Congress and to some extent evade your department and provide substantial nuclear technology and aid to Saudi Arabia, while Saudi Arabia refuses to abide by any of the controls we would like to see regarding reprocessing, enrichment, et cetera. And we see strong advocacy of this coming from a group called IP3 and others who seem very close to the Saudi regime. In particular, we've seen your Assistant Secretary of State, Chris Ford, say that the Department will conduct some nuclear cooperation through memorandums of understanding, which don't require congressional oversight or approval, rather than through a 1-2-3 agreement. And we see that there were some 6 licenses granted by the Department of Energy, which in normal course are made available to the public, but are instead being kept secret, all of which provide for the transfer of nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia. So can I count on you and the administration to release these 6, they're called Part 810 authorizations, by the middle of this month?
I'll have to look into it.
Can your staff prepare for us, or you prepare for us, a list of all the types of nuclear commerce the administration believes it's entitled to engage in without a 1-2-3 agreement that's gone through congressional review?
We can certainly take a look at that. I can assure you that we will do our level best to comply with the law every day. And if you believe that we're not doing that, our obligations, please let me know.
It appears to be, in one case, an end run. It appears that this is an end run around the law in an effort to achieve a policy. Do we want to provide nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia before they enter into agreements for no reprocessing and no enrichment?
We've been working, we collectively, the United States government, the Department of Energy, the State Department, and others, been working to get, the Saudis have indicated they want civil nuclear power. We've been working to make sure that they do so.
But why wouldn't they want controls except for the reason that they want nuclear weapons? How do you generate an extra kilowatt by keeping the IAEA inspectors out?
Yeah. I can only tell you that the Islamic Front very much wanted to do the same, right? They didn't want any of these things in either, and we got to.
We treated Iran like an enemy. If Saudi Arabia is hell-bent on developing a nuclear program that is uncontrolled and designed to make them a nuclear state or a possible nuclear state, will we treat them as an enemy?
We are working to ensure that the nuclear power that they get is something we understand and doesn't present that risk. That's the mission statement.
These 6 secret Part 810 authorizations are inconsistent with that, and I look forward to you making them available to the public, or at least to this committee. And with that, I recognize my fellow head of the Asia Subcommittee, the ranking member thereof, Ted Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, good to see you again, and thank you for the great job you and the administration are doing. It's good to see Ms. Mary Elizabeth with you. When you came into office, what were the biggest threats to the U.S. and the world that you guys saw or inherited from the previous administration?
Goodness, I get asked to rank all the time. It's always a challenge. There are some that are immediate, right? The threat from terrorism is on top of us. It's real. It's a threat every day. We've done our best to make progress. We've made progress in certain parts. In other places, we still have a tremendous amount of work to do. But the threats, our renewed effort to build out coalitions to push back against what I call the traditional power rivalries have been very real. The threat from China, the threat from Russia, the threat from Iran. And then, of course, we've spent a lot of time on proliferation issues. Iran there, too, North Korea.
Well, and that's what I wanted to bring up. Terrorism, ISIS, obviously, DPRK, China, Afghanistan, the situation. Has that threat of ISIS been lessened in the 2 years this administration's been there?
Yes, I believe that it has. I think the numbers are different. It's still there.
It is, and it'll never go away, but I think the immediate threat has been the dynamics have changed drastically. Has the DPRK threat been lessened? And that's an obvious, because if we look at the last ballistic missiles or nuclear bombs launched or detonated, it's been over 15 months. So I think the results that you guys are doing and pursuing are doing a great job. Has the administration backed or signed into law legislation to counter China's BRI? I almost feel guilty asking that.
We have. President Trump did sign.
He did sign the BUILD Act, and that is a way that we can stand up to what they are doing with the BRI. Do you have sufficient resources, i.e. people or budget, to accomplish your mission to advance America's diplomacy?
Yes.
Is staffing shortfalls, in the staffing shortfalls, my understanding is many people have been nominated and positions have been nominated. Where's the holdup?
You know, as staffing, I brought the data with me. On staffing levels, we're actually in pretty good shape. The overall size of the workforce, the Foreign Service Officer workforce, by the end of this year, will have at or near more Foreign Service Officers than ever in the history of the United States of America. We are challenged. I have in front of me a list of 40-plus senior leaders. I haven't had a Chief Operating Officer in 2 years. I don't have a head of Near East Affairs. These are highly qualified people that have been held up. I need
by
to
the Senate.
I promise. They're sitting in the United States Senate today. I made a commitment to get the team on the field. I've got an ambassador waiting to go to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a topic we just talked about. I want to get these folks out there so that we can deliver American diplomacy in every corner of the world.
Well, I'm going to give a shout out to you, because I had the opportunity to travel with you for a better part of a day. And what I saw you and your team doing, I thought was pretty phenomenal, because I've never seen this done before, where you were traveling within the states to promote what the State Department does. You were talking to young students to get them involved in thinking about going into a career in the State Department. And I commend you and your team for doing that, because, you know, I look back when I grew up, it was a pretty sheltered life. You know, I didn't even think that was a realm of possibility. And again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I share the same beliefs as Mr. Series of my colleague in regards to Russia, Cuba, China, and Iran, that there is maybe a destabilizing, coordinated effort underway to destabilize the Western Hemisphere. And I think you and I have talked about this, that Venezuela could be but the Rubicon, because if Venezuela fails, it'll show that Cuba, you know, they can't survive, because they're the ones that have been propping that up. How do you assess that? And along with that, how should we respond to Russia's interference under the guise of support to the Maduro regime in Venezuela, and do we need to reemphasize the Monroe Doctrine?
So I've spoken to my Russian counterpart no less than 3 times on the issue of Venezuela and their interference, the fact that they're undermining Venezuelan democracy. It was met with precisely what you'd expect from them. We're doing our level best to push back against the capacity of Cuba, who's had intelligence officers and security officers on the ground there today protecting Maduro. It shocks me that the Venezuelan military will tolerate these foreigners, right, coming to run their security service. As a former U.S. Army officer, it would have been embarrassing if a third country had to come in and provide security for the leadership of our country. But that's where we are today. We're doing our level best to put sanctions in place, to put restrictions in place, and to, more importantly, build out coalition, not just in South America and Central America with the OAS and the Lima Group, but European countries, countries from all around the world who understand that democratic Venezuela is the only path forward, and Maduro has to go before we can get there.
I look forward to working with you. I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your service. March 9th marked the 12th anniversary of the disappearance of Bob Levinson from Iran's Kish Island. Bob is my constituent. He is part of our community back home in Coral Springs. He is a patriot, as you know, who devoted 30 years to serving his country, first with the DEA, then a quarter century with the FBI. He's a husband of 40 years. He is a father of 7. He is a grandfather of 6, 5 of whom he has never met. Iran's despicable practice of holding Americans and other foreign nationals hostage should not be tolerated by any responsible nation. Mr. Secretary, I know you are well familiar with Bob's case and the Levinson family. Bob's son, Doug, is here today. I appreciate that you've always been willing to engage with the Levinsons and with me on this matter, and I would ask that you look for every opportunity to raise Bob's case, also to make bringing Bob home a priority. I would ask that you implore the President himself to sit down with the Levinsons and the other families of others detained in Iran, and I am willing to work with you, Mr. Secretary, others in the administration, and anyone who can help bring Bob home. I would like to turn to Syria. Mr. Secretary, I'm troubled by our Syria policy because I frankly don't understand it. I don't understand how freezing assistance, pulling back U.S. troops, and ceding American leadership to Russia and Iran will help protect our national security questions, and I have a series of national security interests. I have a series of related questions. The first has to do with the role of Russia in Syria. There have been now several requests for information so that we can do the job that we're supposed to do in providing oversight. Requesting information about the meetings that the President has had with Vladimir Putin, particularly the summit that took place in Helsinki that took place without anyone there. We have an obligation on behalf of the American people to know what was said, and as the chairman of the Middle East Subcommittee, it's of great interest to me and our subcommittee to understand what may or may not have been said on the topic of Syria. And my first question is, why has the administration refrained from providing information of those Trump-Putin meetings to Congress?
Well, let me begin by saying it is not remotely unusual for senior leaders to have private conversations with their counterparts around the world. So to suggest otherwise, I find surprising. I might use a different descriptor, but I'll say surprising. I'll use surprising today. Second, as for what's going to be shared and released, conversations between the President and his foreign partners, that the White House ultimately makes those decisions, and so the inquiries would properly be lodged there.
Well, and we have, and you're the Secretary of State before us, and as a former member of this body, you also understand the constitutional obligation we have to provide oversight of the administration. The FY20 Foreign Affairs budget eliminates all economic assistance to the Syrian people and all security assistance known as foreign military financing. Since the reemergence of, that's to Iraq. Since the reemergence of ISIS, Iraq used FMF to fund urgent counterterrorism requirements, and the State Department claimed those funds were critical to Iraq's efforts to defeat ISIS and improve the security environment in Iraq. Given these statements by the State Department, why the decision to cut FMF when it seems, based on those statements, that it would undermine efforts in Iraq, our efforts in Iraq, and create the conditions that would allow ISIS to revive?
Look, I'm proud of what this administration's done in Iraq. I think we've been prepared to do things, take risks, act against Iran, the true malign actor inside of Iraq today, in ways the previous administration just had no interest in whatsoever. So I'm very proud of the work we've done there. I've traveled now to Baghdad as a secretary. I'd been there before in my previous role. I have senior officials on the ground. I would love it if I could get my ambassadors from the region confirmed. If you talk to your colleagues on the Senate side, that'd be most helpful to us in executing American policy. But I'm convinced that we will have the resources we need to deliver all of the assistance to build out the Iraqi security forces in a way that give the Iraqi leaders, the Speaker of the House will be here this week, I'll get a chance to meet with him again, to deliver all the support needed so that Iraq can become independent, free, and sovereign. I think that's your goal. It's certainly mine.
It is. We'll have an opportunity to talk more about those budget decisions. Moving to a different part of the world, but continuing a discussion that we've started on human rights. Mr. Secretary, there are more than 1 million Uyghurs who have been detained without due process in Xinjiang, kept in internment camps, re-education camps under the guise of anti-terrorism efforts. There are reports that China is now considering implementing this same approach in Tibet. Can you tell us what the State Department has done to raise these human rights abuses with the Chinese government and to elevate these issues, which are so critical to us as we try to advance our values around the world?
Thank you. Mr. Kinzinger.
Could the Secretary answer?
Yes, certainly.
Let me just try and do it briefly. The human rights violations that you identified, we've spoken about strongly. If you saw our human rights report, what I said and what the head of DRL said that morning when the human rights report came out, we have elevated this, we have raised this, we've done that publicly. You've seen that. I met with a group of Uyghurs just yesterday in my office. Ambassador Brownback has been relentless, if nothing else, with respect to this issue. And you should know that we've done that not only publicly in the way that you can see, but each time we interact with our Chinese counterparts, this issue is raised as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Kinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. You know, we talk a lot about politics, and at the water's edge, I believe it does and should. Even under the prior administration, I very much religiously held that. But what kind of an effect does it do for our politics when we don't have ambassadors in place? Just briefly, I mean, how does that hurt you?
So I don't want to criticize any of the chargés who are doing their level best to manage the chief of mission responsibilities in theater in the countries they're in. But other countries know that it's different when you have a Senate-approved nominee who's gone through and is now the dedicated ambassador. It reduces your capacity to speak on behalf of America.
Thank you. And would you trust Iran with a bone saw? You know, earlier the question was, would you trust Saudi Arabia with a bone saw? Therefore, we can't give them nuclear weapons or engage with them at all. I think an important point to note is I wouldn't trust Iran with a bone saw. They have quite a few bodies, frankly, on their conscience from Syria, from a lot of places. And so I just want to commend you and the administration for your decision to get out of the Iran nuclear deal. I think that was a smart move. I think it sent a very strong message that it's not just about the development of nuclear weapons over a period of 10 years. It's also about behavior in the region and development of ballistic missiles. So I just want to commend you on that. Closer to home on, actually, I want to hit Yemen real quick. The very first thing this committee did, and I hate to obsess about it and channelize on it, but it's really stuck with me. The very first thing this committee did, Mr. Secretary, in the new Congress was basically take away the authority of the administration to be involved in any way with Yemen. And I think most of the members of this committee have never had a classified briefing on what is occurring in Yemen. They've never had a briefing in the SCIF. And I think there's a perception out there that it is the United States and Saudi Arabia that are creating a humanitarian crisis in Yemen. Mr. Secretary, can you briefly talk about maybe the Houthis' role in a humanitarian crisis in Yemen, many actions of Iran, and maybe some of the role that we don't hear about in terms of who's really driving that crisis?
I'm not sure I can do it briefly, but let me try. Complicated space.
Take whatever time you need, sir.
So let me start with something that often gets neglected in this debate, too. There's still active al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula there. The United States is engaged in trying to crush it there in Yemen as well. Remember that Yemen sits on the southern border of Saudi Arabia and has launched hundreds of missiles into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia out of Yemen. They were launched by the Houthis, and they were Iranian missiles in nearly every case. Missiles that had been brought across borders, in through ports, in pieces and parts, and now the Iranians are attempting to establish the capacity to actually build out missiles inside of Yemen. The United States has a responsibility to do all that it can to deny to prevent the humanitarian crisis, which is ravaging that nation. We've done that. I think the number is now close to $1 billion that the United States has provided. The Saudis and the Emiratis each have provided billions of dollars as well. The one country that hasn't provided a single dollar to aid the humanitarian crisis is the Islamic Republic of Iran. Instead, they've chosen to use their money to get Houthis and Yemenis killed and spur the continuation of the civil war, and frankly put Americans at risk. You all fly. Members of Congress fly into the King Khalid International Airport in Riyadh. They're launching missiles that can range to Riyadh. This is a very real risk, and the Saudis have a right to defend their nation just in the same we would if we had missiles falling at airports in Denver or L.A. or New York. And at its root, Iran is driving this behavior.
And what is, because you obviously represent one instrument of power, which is diplomacy. Actually, you have a few others in your toolkit, but when you think about diplomacy and you think about the message that this Congress sent in the Yemen issue, and considering there's hundreds of defense cooperation agreements that, frankly, for the first time ever now could be brought up and brought under privileged resolution, including our agreement with Israel, what does that do to your ability, for instance, to try to solve diplomatically the crisis in the Middle East when Congress is sending kind of contrary messages?
Yeah, look, the good news is I'm hopeful that Martin Griffiths, the UN Special Envoy in Yemen, in the next handful of days will make progress. He may not. He got a great agreement in Stockholm. He's not been able to enforce it. The Houthis have refused to withdraw from the port of Hudaida. I hope that they will in the coming days. Frankly, if I were betting, I'd probably bet against, but one lives in hope. When Congress obviously has its own independent right to act as it so chooses. It has its constitutional authorities. I can say this: I hope everyone who cares about the people of Yemen understand that the legislation that passed did not remotely benefit them. Indeed, it will work to their detriment.
Thank you for your service, sir. I appreciate it, and I'll yield back to the chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I do want to go back to the instance where a bone saw was used, and just had a couple of questions. I know that you reiterated that every single person who is responsible for the murder of Jamal Khashoggi needs to be held accountable. You said that in January in Saudi Arabia, and thank you for saying that. I do want to ask, however, along those lines, 17 people were sanctioned out on that. So there seems to be, is there a discrepancy between the people that were arrested and the ones that were sanctioned under that? Is there a difference in that number?
Congressman, can I get back to you? There's a large overlap. I couldn't tell you that they're completely coincident, that those groups are completely.
Did you or anyone from our country have discussions with the Saudis about who was going to be sanctioned or how that list was determined?
No, we did not. Indeed, the sanctions decisions were based on information that we had in our possession. It was information that the American Department of Treasury was able to validate.
Well, I know that it's my understanding that the Intel chairs had the briefing. Now, you mentioned that you had some information when you met with the Crown Prince. Did you hear the tapes, and what was the nature of that? Did you hear the tapes at that point that Turkey sent us, or tapes that we had ourselves? Either one?
I have not to date heard the tapes.
Did you think it would have been a good idea before you sat down with the Crown Prince to get as much intelligence you can to deal with that?
I did.
But you didn't do that, or you didn't have access to the tapes at that point? Is that it?
I don't recall the precise timing. I don't recall the precise timing of when the information transited. I'm very confident I have a deep understanding of all the intelligence the United States government has in its possession, and I would have had every bit of it that it was in its possession at that time.
Oh, okay, because you just said a few minutes ago that you got some more later on.
Yes, no, we continue to learn things. I'm confident we'll learn something this afternoon and tomorrow as well.
Well, thank you for that. Another question. I believe that the Senate has requested that their members have a classified briefing on the intelligence surrounding the Khashoggi murder. Is that correct?
It wouldn't have come from to the State Department. I assume it would have gone to the intelligence community.
I thought you might know, since you knew everything about what was going on. So let me ask you this. Would you join us if we requested as a committee that classified briefing so we could be informed? Indeed, we're the committee that will be involved in arms sales to Saudi Arabia. It would be important for us to have that access. Can you see, in your current capacity or your former capacity as CIA director, why this committee shouldn't have that information?
I'll say this. I know this often gets cut up on your side, in the legislative branch. There are jurisdictional debates about which members see certain pieces of classified information. I'm not about to wade into that briar patch.
I see. Well, I think we should, and I think, Mr. Chairman, we should make that request formal in terms of our committee, if not for the whole membership of the House. Yesterday, I had a hearing here in our subcommittee on Europe and Eurasia, and as part of that hearing, we dealt with the historic 70-year alliance that we had with Europe, one of the most successful alliances in the modern history, if not history of Europe itself. And one of the things that came across to me in a recent trip there about 3.5 weeks ago was the concern with the officials there. Let me give you one example that really was difficult for me to address when I was asked. The EU officials that we met with, they used words like painful and hurtful, and they meant it sincerely when they were talking about how they felt from actions of the United States. And one thing they said in particular was that the emergency security powers that we used to assess the tariffs that were there struck them, because they asked the question, you're using emergency security powers to create tariffs on our closest allies. And they were asking us, and maybe you could help us with this, when did they become a security risk to the United States?
I will tell you, I don't know with whom you were speaking. If you want to share with me who you spoke to and exactly what they said, I'd be happy to.
It was repeated through all. I'll tell you, you could go right to the leadership of the EU.
Because my very different.
I was in the room, so trust me, it was a high-ranking EU leader.
I believe
so, as a matter of fact, I would like to know the answer to that. If you know, it doesn't matter who asks, I'm asking.
Yeah, so I'm happy. If it's from you, I'm happy to answer.
Well, it's for me, but you know what? It's important that our allies know this too.
This administration has worked with European countries in ways the previous administration simply refused. I get it. Sometimes when we ask them to do more, when we ask hard things, when we ask the American taxpayers for money in America for our Department of Defense, I know many Americans would prefer we spend those resources someplace else. When I encounter European officials and they say, boy, it's hard for us to get to our own promise for 2%, it's just really hard to convince our people.
Well, can I interrupt because my time is out? I just want to quickly say this, that the President said, you know, again, the NATO officials we met with, they're great allies, they remain great allies, but there were some comments that were made that Article 5 concerns, and that came up at yesterday's hearing too. And the President said Montenegro is a tiny country with very strong people. They're very aggressive people. They may get aggressive. And congratulations, you're in World War III. Is that the way we should approach our Article 5 agreement with our NATO countries?
Next week, I will host here in Washington, D.C., the 70th anniversary of the NATO alliance. I'll be with Secretary General Stoltenberg. America will once again, this administration will once again reaffirm our commitment to our NATO allies, and we will again ask them, because it's important, to do their share to make sure that NATO is around for the next 70 years.
Thank you, and I look forward to the information, the personnel information that the Chair requested, and hopefully you can provide that to the committee in 7 days. I yield back.
Thank you, and I want to remind everyone that Mr. Stoltenberg is going to speak before a joint session of Congress. I believe it's next week. Mr. Zeldin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I have great respect for your service to our country. First in your class at West Point. A great colleague of ours. I did an exceptional job as our CIA director, and I'm really a big admirer of your work so far as Secretary of State. I do have some concerns I want to bring up. I've been working with Chairman Engel and other colleagues with regards to the Batici brothers, who were constituents of the 1st Congressional District of New York. They were murdered 20 years ago in Serbia. And the chairman and I recently met in Munich with President Vučić and asked him about this. There really needs to be justice delivered, and anything that you and your team can do and any opportunities that present itself, we'd really like to see justice in that case. I'm concerned about Turkey's acquisition of S-400s and what that means, especially with our upcoming potential transfer of F-35s. I'm greatly concerned with human rights violations that we see around the world. But I also want to touch on a number of other topics that I think are just going really well. And one of the words that have been mentioned at this hearing was the term disengagement. And over the course of these last few years, ISIS has been nearly wiped off the map in Iraq and Syria. The caliphate is gone. Thank you for the recognition of Golan Heights and Israel's sovereignty over the Golan. The embassy move in Israel to Jerusalem, and encouraging other countries to follow suit, as we are seeing now. Helping the Taylor Force Act get passed and signed into law so that the Palestinian Authority does not financially reward, as they continue to do, terrorists who murder innocent Americans and Israelis. We should be cutting off our U.S. tax dollars when that happens. It's a better policy for us to go forward with the Taylor Force Act and the principles behind it. The use of the Moab. When President Trump first came into office, I was in Afghanistan shortly thereafter, and a direct positive response with morale and effects. But our troops know that their president and this administration has their backs. Standing with Guaido recognizing him as the constitutional interim president of Venezuela and all your efforts to combat anti-Semitism, recently appointing a special envoy. I thank you for doing that. That was a position that was long vacant, and it's great to see it filled with Ilan Carr. In Syria, it should be noted that we followed through with airstrikes after Assad's use of chemical weapons against his own people. In the past, there have been threats that use of chemical weapons would result in consequences from the U.S., and the United States now follows through, and I believe that the Assad regime and their allies know what the consequence is of use of chemical weapons. In Russia, the imposition of sanctions in response to the use of biological or chemical weapons in the UK. As far as engagement with regards to North Korea, when President Trump first came into office, putting the military option back on the table, but understanding that the military option should always be the last possible option anywhere on the entire globe between any nations. The USMCA, which Congress should pass. I met with President Trump yesterday on it. I believe this should be a bipartisan effort, Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate, to get speedy passage. In China, confronting the currency manipulation and IP infringement and trade deficits, the imposition of tariffs if China doesn't positively change their behavior. I know Congressman Cicilline is following me. Something that he's deeply passionate about, working with him with concern about the LGBT community in other parts of the world where they have been criminalized. They are being murdered simply because they are LGBT. Over the course of recent weeks, I've seen that the State Department has taken an important leadership role in confronting that. But in our brief time, I just hope you could talk about your upcoming efforts as it relates to religious freedom. I know it's a personal topic. There's a lot of religious minorities who are being persecuted across the world. And with our remaining time, I'm hoping you could touch on that. Thank you.
Everywhere on religious freedom, protecting religious minorities, not simply, we've talked about the Uyghurs, Muslim minorities in China, but Christian minorities in Iraq that we spoke about earlier this morning, of every religion. We'll host the second ever ministerial for religious freedom at the State Department this summer. We had, I've forgotten the number, dozens and dozens of foreign ministers to talk about religious freedom, not all of whom are in the place we want them to be, but each of those who was present that day was making real progress in places one might not expect. It's important. It's America's first freedom. All our other freedoms build from that, and I hope that we can expand that around the world.
Our secretary contacted me at 1:58 a.m. New York time to talk business Monday morning. The last person that Secretary Pompeo and his team, last thing they should be accused of is disengagement. I appreciate your continued service, and I yield back.
It was a different time in my time zone.
Thank you, Mrs. Yeldon. We're going to just go out of order quickly because one of our members has to be on the floor. I'm going to call on Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Pompeo, I am deeply concerned about the unprecedented lack of transparency and potential conflicts of interest in this administration. Members of Congress and the American people do not always know what foreign policy decisions are being made or whose interests they are intended to serve. Earlier this month, on March 18th, you held a telephone press briefing focused on, quote, international religious freedom, end quote, that was only open to faith-based media outlets. This briefing was closed to the State Department's press corps and closed to major independent news organizations. The State Department has said it will not release a transcript of the briefing to the public, which is highly unusual for this type of high-level briefing. To me, this instance raises concerns about First Amendment violations. The administration should not be granting some media outlets access to briefings while selectively excluding others based on the administration's preferences. As a public official, what you say, especially during a press briefing, is inherently of interest to the public and the media. And I am concerned also that the department during your tenure has greatly reduced the frequency with which it holds regular open press briefings on foreign policy matters of the day. So my question to you is, why did you want to limit the type of participants who could join this press briefing call on March 18th? And why are you not releasing the transcript of that briefing and the call participants who participated?
Congresswoman, I talk to the press all the time. I talk to different groups of the press all the time. Indeed, sometimes I talk to single members of the press. I do that with great frequency. And when I do, I don't release transcripts of those conversations. Those are interviews that I grant to individual reporters. They write certain pieces of it and certain other pieces they don't. This was no different from that in any material respect. I am confident I will do so again.
Excuse me, Secretary, my question was very specific about the March 18th press briefing.
Yes.
Which was specifically focused on international religious freedom and was made open only to faith-based media outlets. So my question to you is not about individual press discussions that you may have on a daily basis, but about a very specific briefing.
Yes, I was answering that question.
And so it's your position. So will you release a transcript of that briefing?
No.
Will you identify who the participants were in that briefing?
No.
And your rationale for that is simply that it's something that you like to do?
It's something that every Secretary of State that I'm aware of has done consistently on a consistent basis.
So that will continue to be your practice?
It was Secretary Powell's practice, it was Secretary Rice's practice, it was Secretary Kerry's practice, and Secretary Pompeo intends to continue that practice. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was a decision made on your own, not with influence by anybody else from the administration?
Yes. Yes, it was my decision.
All right. Secretary, my colleague, Mr. Yoho, commended you on your travels through the United States, sharing the message of the State Department. I noticed that you visited Iowa, an interesting choice, along with Texas and Kansas this month on 1- to 2-day visits. Can you reassure this committee that you are not using your travels and engagement as Secretary of State to advance your own personal brand or political ambitions?
Well, of course I can.
And the purpose, again, for these travels throughout the United States?
Look, it's true. I didn't go to Martha's Vineyard.
That's not my question.
No, but ma'am,
Secretary.
It's the
May I
secretaries travel domestically all the time, ma'am. And the fact that I went to places outside the Acela corridor somehow seems to have alarmed people here in the Beltway.
I'm not alarmed by travel throughout the United States.
Let me tell you what my mission set was, what I said when I was on the trip. There were multiple missions. When I went to Houston, I was talking about American energy and its importance to diplomacy. When I went to Kansas, it was a long-planned global entrepreneurial summit that we will repeat in the Netherlands in June. When I went to Iowa, I was talking to Iowa farmers about President Trump's trade policy and how it fits into American diplomacy. And then second, I had a very selfish mission. I want the most talented people from all across the country to apply and become Foreign Service officers working as America's finest diplomats. Those were my mission sets. I spoke publicly at each of these events, in some cases numerous times. I think it would track with what I just told you.
Thank you. Mr. Sensenbrenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome back to this sea of tranquility compared to what your current job is now. I have a couple questions. We've seen a rising level of anti-Semitism across our country and even in our own government institutions. Several high-profile individuals have spouted off anti-Israel rhetoric that has had to be countered with condemnation resolutions by the House. The administration is currently attempting to craft a peace agreement between Israel and the Palestinians. The two questions, Mr. Secretary, are, do these statements damage our standing with Israel and make us a weaker ally? And secondly, do these types of anti-Semitic acts and rhetoric damage the United States' credibility in the Middle East nations that will be involved in the final agreement?
I think the answer to both questions is yes. And anti-Semitic language is abhorrent regardless of the U.S. diplomatic outcome. But yes, it makes it more difficult, undoubtedly.
So what we say here, particularly when it's way off base, does make the job of our diplomats more difficult when they are attempting to reach a peace agreement in a part of the world where real peace has not come for centuries.
The language used by members of Congress matters. These countries all around the world are listening to you all. They're watching. They're watching to see if if this is a whole-of-government United States process and they're watching voices, even if sometimes those voices are outliers, they don't always know what to make of it.
Okay, my second issue is, as you know, the opioid and fentanyl epidemic has been plaguing our nation for almost a decade now. Congress has taken aggressive steps to better fund treatment programs and curb the implementation of these deadly substances. Recently, my good friend Mr. Connolly and I introduced the Blocking Deadly Fentanyl Imports Act. This would add illicit fentanyl to the list of substances under Section 481 of the Foreign Assistance Act, which makes any exporting nation ineligible for U.S. taxpayers subsidized foreign aid or export-import bank loans if it fails to cooperate with American narcotics control efforts. Now, Mr. Secretary, do you believe that this section of the Foreign Assistance Act is an effective tool of combating illegal drug imports into the United States? And do you believe that Mr. Connolly's legislation and mine, bipartisan, would be an effective additional tool in combating illicit fentanyl in our country?
With respect to your first question of is that section important and effective, the answer is yes. With respect to the particular language you're proposing, my gut tells me it's right. I'd love the chance to actually review it and make sure I understand it in its full context.
Okay, we'll talk to you later about that, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. You and other administration officials have repeatedly claimed that military action is an option in Venezuela, or all options are on the table. As a former member of Congress, I assume you are familiar with the War Powers Act.
I am.
And as your special representative for Venezuela, Elliot Abrams, confirmed for me before this committee, there is no current statutory authorization for a military intervention in Venezuela. So is the administration currently planning any military action against Venezuela?
I'm certainly not going to speak to that today. I'll leave the Department of Defense to speak about their planning. I can say this: we will any action that we take with respect to Venezuela, whether it's military action or action otherwise, will be in full compliance with U.S. law.
And so that I take it that that's an agreement that you will honor the Constitution and, as a member of this administration, seek congressional authorization before any military engagement in Venezuela.
We will fully comply with the Constitution.
I'll take that as a yes. In August, the administration announced it would cut off funding to the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine, UNRWA, claiming that the UN body provides a lifeline and truly vital assistance but needs reform. Your spokeswoman pledged then that the United States will intensify dialogue with the United Nations, host governments, and international stakeholders about new models and new approaches, which may include direct bilateral assistance from the U.S. and other partners that can provide today's Palestinian children with a more durable and dependable path towards a brighter future. Can you please tell me about this intensified dialogue? What concrete steps has the United States taken, and what specific reforms are you working on? And how many suggested reforms has the administration submitted to the UN or to UNRWA as of today?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you numbers. I can tell you that we've absolutely lived up to the commitment that you just described there. Indeed, I spoke about it with the Egyptian foreign minister just yesterday. I spoke to the Jordan.
No, my question, Mr. Secretary, is what steps have you taken, concrete steps has the United States taken with respect to these reforms?
This is how you do reforms, right? This is how you work on them. You go build out coalitions that are designed to resolve the very problems that we identified with UNRWA. And so we are working. May I answer?
Yes, of course. I'm anxious for you. I'm waiting.
Yes. Well,
are there concrete actions that the U.S. has taken or reforms that you have proposed?
Yes.
What are those?
We're trying to make sure that the resources the American taxpayers provide go to the right places and achieve American outcomes. We've made a number of suggestions. We don't have any. We haven't had any takers yet.
Okay.
But I'm confident that we will continue to work on this.
Would you be willing to provide a summary of those reforms and suggestions that you have made to the committee?
I'd have to take a look at it. If they were private conversations, I likely won't be able to do that.
Next, Mr. Secretary, around the globe, as you know, LGBTI people have been targeted, rounded up, tortured, and even killed just for being who they are. We've seen this in Chechnya, Egypt, Azerbaijan, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and other places. The United States recently refused to join a statement delivered to the United Nations Human Rights Council calling for the perpetrators of violence in Chechnya to be held accountable. Why did the U.S. not join over 30 other nations in signing the recent joint statement to the UN Human Rights Council calling for a thorough investigation into the anti-LGBTI crimes being perpetrated in Chechnya?
I'll have to get back to you on the reasons for that particular decision, but I will defend staunchly the work that we've done. I hope you've seen that. I hope when you talk to our diplomats as you travel around the world, you see our commitment.
Mr. Secretary, it makes the refusal to sign this very important document particularly concerning, so I'd like an answer back on that. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you made reference to NATO just a moment ago. Are you familiar with the report, NATO at 70, prepared by Ambassador Burns and Ambassador Lute?
I'm not. I know who.
Well, I encourage you to read this report. They identify the single greatest challenge to NATO today is the President of the United States. And they detail conversations with NATO officials who explain for the very first time in the history of NATO, there's an American president who does not seem to support or understand its significance, who has said that he is considered withdrawing from NATO, that NATO is obsolete. And so it's a really alarming report, and I wonder what steps you as the Secretary of State are taking to reassure our allies that the U.S. remains committed to NATO and that we understand its critical role in our shared values of advancing democracy, human rights, and the very important alliance that has provided such peace and stability around the world.
So I've not read the report. I've known Doug Lute since I was a young lieutenant when he was the S3 of my squadron in Benlock, West Germany. He was a major a long time ago. I have great respect for him. He's just simply wrong. If the conclusion he drew, that President Trump is the biggest impediment to NATO, he's just simply wrong. We've worked diligently to make NATO stronger. I am convinced that we have done so.
Thank you. And my final question, Mr. Secretary, is just to go back to the question about your March 18th briefing. It has been the practice of every other Secretary of State, not on individual meetings, but when there are press briefings or press roundtables, that transcripts are prepared and the State Department press corps are present. You have changed that practice. So when you say it's been the practice of every secretary, with respect to one-on-ones, you may be right. With respect to press briefings, the State Department press corps is there, and there's a transcript provided. I'm asking you today whether you will reconsider your position and go back to that past practice and bring greater transparency, because we are all concerned about a significant reduction in press access and a significant reduction in access to transcripts of these proceedings, which goes against a very basic principle of freedom of the press and is very dangerous for our democracy.
I'm happy to take a look at it again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mass.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, if Mr. Mass, if you'll just hold for a second, please. Go ahead,
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to put into the record remarks delivered by Senator Menendez on the floor today, directly refuting both the President and the Secretary's claim that Senate appointees are being held up by the U.S. Senate, and I'd ask that be placed in the record.
Without objection. So moved. Mr. Mast.
Thank you again for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to say thank you to you and to the State Department for the truths that you have gone out there and made it a point to address that have been ignored year over year. And there's an extensive list that many of my colleagues have brought up. You've addressed the truth that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. If folks have a problem with that, they should probably take it up with God. You've addressed the truth that if your enemy wants to shoot you, you don't go take them out to buy a gun. And we don't allow nations like Iran, who threaten to kill us, who would be more than happy to slit the throat of every person in this room, we don't give them access to weapons of mass destruction. That's a truth that your State Department went out there and addressed. You addressed the truth that we should seek peace with nations like North Korea. We should attempt to reach denuclearization agreements, but that we should also walk away from bad deals that don't benefit the citizens of the United States of America. You address the truth that China has been ripping us off year after year, penalizing our goods, stealing our ideas, stealing our intellectual property, and said that that's not going to happen any further. You address the truth that many in Europe want us to go out there and defend them from Russia, while at the same time they're doing business with Russia and not picking up their piece of the check in terms of defense. You have addressed the truth that we've exhausted tremendous treasure and lost far too many sons and daughters of the United States of America in our 18 years of war. You've addressed the truth about the people crossing our border illegally, on our southern border, whether it be for the purpose of bringing drugs, for trafficking humans, or for seeking a better life, they're crossing our border illegally, and you've addressed those truths. And my question for you today is, we're supposed to be having a hearing on strategy of the State Department going forward, is what truths do you want to see us go out there and confront moving forward for the United States and for the State Department for the betterment of our citizens?
One of the things I have focused on is ensuring that our team had what it needed to go out and make sure that America was leading. And it was leading in a way that wasn't, frankly, from behind, but was rather building coalitions. And, you know, we've been pretty successful at that. I think the world needs to see that. When we supported Venezuelan democracy, we built out an enormous coalition. I sent folks to every corner of the earth explaining what was taking place in Venezuela and why the recognition of Juan Guaidó made sense and was the right thing to do. When we wanted to take on North Korea, we got the largest coalitions and the biggest sanctions voted on by every member of the United Nations Security Council uniformly to achieve the objective there, the denuclearization, the risk that we take of proliferation, take down from the world. The counter-ISIS campaign that has now taken down the last piece of real estate in Syria and in Iraq from ISIS. We know work continues, but we built out an enormous coalition to do that. That was the great work largely of the team that I have the privilege to lead, and I want everyone in the world to know that we're prepared to do that. Where problems are and challenges confront us, the United States Department of State will lead and build out organizations so that we can confront these challenges that present risk to America and to the world.
I thank you for that leadership, Mr. Secretary, and I yield my time back.
Thank you, Mr. Mast. Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for appearing here. Pleased to hear in your opening comments that you recognize the important role that Congress has and the important role that Congress has with regards to oversight and investigations. As the new chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, I want to thank the chairman of the full committee for giving us broad jurisdiction, really to take a look and a deep dive into the state of America's diplomacy and development. It's a big task, and I'm sure I share your commitment that we want to have the best State Department, we want to have the best development agencies, we want to have the best people out there serving the interests of the United States of America and our soft power. I can't do this by myself, and I'm going to need your help and your commitment to allow your staff to work with us as we take this deep dive. Do I have your commitment that you'll make your staff available to us?
Yes, sir, you do.
Thank you. I also, in your opening, was glad to hear you talk about the important work that the men and women around our country who serve and represent us abroad every day, the work that they do is incredibly valuable. They're patriotic Americans, often working in difficult environments and difficult situations. You know, I do have one concern. A March 2019 GAO report found that 13% of the overseas foreign services positions were vacant as of March 2018. Now, that's not your doing, because these are similar vacancy levels as such positions in 2008 and 2012. But also in interviews, GAO found that the staff at overseas posts told us that the vacancies really are increasing their workloads, contributing to low morale and high stress levels. And this seems to be borne out in other reporting. You know, in the latest annual rankings of best places to work in the federal government, produced by the Partnership for Public Services and the Boston Consulting Group, the State Department dropped from 8th place to 14th place amongst the 17 large federal agencies. Meanwhile, I think as you've already mentioned, the registration for foreign service officer tests saw a 22% decline from October 2017 and October 2018, according to an NBC News report. I'm glad you're out there recruiting. I'm glad you're out there trying to get the next generation of America's diplomats to think about service to country through the Foreign Service. But we realize that morale is taking a beating. What I'd like to do is, again, obviously, it's important for us to fill those positions. In our oversight role, I'd be curious, who's the person responsible for implementing your plan to help fill these positions, help with recruitment and so forth? You can't do it by yourself, so who should we be working with?
So the person you would work with would be my Undersecretary for Management, but I don't have one.
Okay. Well,
So it'd be great if I did. We've now gone 2 years without a confirmed Undersecretary for Management, essentially the Chief Operating Officer. We did get, although it took too long, we did get Carol Perez, who's a talented career Foreign Service officer, who his title is Director General for Human
and
Resources.
do you have a nominee that?
Well, we do. Yeah, absolutely. As the second one we've put forward.
Well, let's try to get that position filled so we have
highly
someone
qualified.
That we can work with.
I believe every member of the United States Senate so believes, and yet we've not been able to get him across the floor. But we have someone you can work with. Her name is Carol Perez. She's a career Foreign Service officer. She runs what's called the Director General of Human Resources. She's a great lady and is driving.
And I can
to
get your
address very
commitment
many
that we could work with that to get these positions filled. And lastly, I've got a concern, and I want to thank you for being here. Over the years in both Democratic and Republican administrations, we've had an interagency process that has served us well, where the various agencies are working together to make sure the president has the best advice before the president makes a decision. I've got a couple yes-no questions because I do have some concerns about the decision-making process currently. On the decision to withdraw troops from Syria, General Votel, the Central Command Commander, said, quote, "I was not consulted before this decision was made." Our special envoy to defeat ISIS, Brett McGurk, said he spoke with you after the president has made up his mind, and he wrote in a public op-ed, "During the December call, Pompeo informed us that there had been a sudden change in plans. President Trump, after a phone conversation with his Turkish counterpart, planned to declare victory over the Islamic State and direct our forces to withdraw from Syria." Yes, no question. Did the president consult you before deciding to withdraw troops?
Yes.
5 days ago, the president tweeted that it was announced today by the U.S. Treasury that additional large-scale sanctions would be added to those already existing sanctions on North Korea. I have today ordered the withdrawal of those additional sanctions. Bloomberg News reported yesterday that the president was referring to sanctions that the Treasury Department had announced the day prior against 2 Chinese shipping companies that were helping North Korea avoid U.S. sanctions. Yes, no question. Did the president discuss removing those sanctions with you prior to the tweet?
They were Treasury sanctions, as I recall.
But again, in an interagency manner, was the State Department consulted before that?
We've had lots of discussions. The reason I can't answer that yes or no is because we've had discussions on sanctions issues with respect to Iran, with respect to Venezuela, with respect to China. We have these discussions consistently and over time, and then there does come a point where presidents make decisions, and at that point in time, we inform our team and we go execute and implement with all the energy and vigor that we have. I must say, too, if I may, you made a statement about some of the things that Mr. McGurk said. I can't answer them because what Mr. McGurk said in that was classified. And it should not have been uttered publicly, and I regret that very much.
Okay. Mr. Bear, I'm going to let you get one more quick question.
Just very quickly, a final statement. I think it is very concerning that there may be a lack of an interagency dialogue where our leaders at state, defense, et cetera, are being consulted prior to these decisions being made. Does that sound like sound foreign policy? And you don't have to answer that question because we're out of time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, over here.
I got you.
Thank you for your time today and for your service. I have to say that it is appalling, the number of nominees that this administration still has in state and other agencies that have not been confirmed by the Senate. We hope that they can move much more swiftly and waive the 30-hour rule. Sir, the Elie Wiesel Genocide and Atrocities Prevention Act, a bill that I introduced, that was signed into law by President Trump in January, affirms the critical importance of interagency coordination to prevent genocide and mass atrocities. Secretary Pompeo, how is state supporting atrocity prevention and response activities?
There are multiple mechanisms inside the Department of State. We have teams that have responsibility for the implementation. Our State Department's element of implementing that particular statute in law. We have a broader group of folks who work on human rights issues, and then yet we have another group that have regional responsibility. each of whom has tasked to ensure that we do all that we can to reduce the risk that there would be genocide, atrocities, crimes against humanity, all of these horrific activities that we find too many governments taking.
And are they reaching post, actually? Are they trained up?
Yes, I think so. I'm sure we could do better. I'm sure we could get this information out more broadly and execute this, and I'm happy to look at how effective we are at getting this out into the missions.
I have some ideas about that as a former U.S. ambassador and on this piece of legislation, so I would love to share them with your team, Mr. Secretary. China has been working to isolate Taiwan through diplomatic channels. We've heard a little bit about this earlier with Mr. Shabbat. In the past year, China convinced 3 countries to cut diplomatic ties with Taiwan and instead recognize Beijing. How is State working to prevent China from further eroding Taiwan's international support?
We're using every tool that we have in the toolkit. You've seen that we've used our economic toolkit to try and convince countries that this wasn't the right thing to do. We've used our, I'll call it our diplomacy political toolkit to convince them that this was something that mattered to America through the forum. As a former ambassador, we've issued demarches to countries. We have a commitment with respect to Taiwan and how we will deal with that, a long-standing set of policies that goes back now decades. The United States is firmly committed to enforcing that set of understandings, and inside of that, doing our level best to make sure that we honor the commitments to Taiwan as well.
I was glad to see us in the Taiwan Strait
yesterday,
yes. Speaking of recently, on Sunday, Mr. Secretary, Thailand held its first elections since the military junta seized power in 2014. Although voting was expected to be free and fair, worrisome reports have emerged that cast doubt on the election's legitimacy. How will State work with civil society and government officials in Thailand to facilitate a return to genuine democracy? Thailand has the chair of the ASEAN caucus, of which I am a co-chair, and care deeply about this region, especially vis-a-vis a counterbalance to China.
So I've been to Bangkok. We've re-engaged in ways that the American leadership has engaged since 2014. I've also seen the reports from the election yesterday, albeit only what I would call first reports, so I want to see more about what actually transpired. Our team on the ground there worked diligently to ensure that we would be able to make determinations about the election and, in fact, to ensure that we provided whatever support we could to make sure that there was a free and fair election. Thailand is an important place, a place where I believe America can find an important counterbalance to the risk that China presents to the United States.
I couldn't agree more. I care deeply about the entire ASEAN region from a security standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from a humanitarian standpoint, and most of all, as a counterbalance to China. Given the Burmese government has cut off Rakhine State to humanitarian and aid workers and international observers, how is State working with local actors to direct aid to those who need it most, Mr. Secretary?
So State Department proper is doing it. USAID is on the ground as well. There are other commercial partners, non-governmental partners as well. It is tough. It is heavy slogging. Our capacity to deliver that is unfortunately limited. But we're working to reopen some of the ways we were able to do that previously as well, but we've not had much success.
These atrocities, whether it's in Burma, with the Rohingya, the Kachin, Shan, and the Rakhine, are just horrific. We thank you for all of your service and your support in this area. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for your testimony today. I have a question about what seems in some parts of the world to be the growing cooperation between Russia and China to pursue mutual interest. In Venezuela, for example, it seems as though both have been involved to some extent. And I came across, not too long ago, a quote by an African leader that said that China is the money and Russia is the muscle. Do you find that to be true, and what do you see in terms of their cooperation?
It's a very important question. We have seen Russia and China begin to work together in ways that they hadn't done 15, 20 years ago. That's a trend that's probably been going on for a handful of years now. They've just found themselves in places where they have overlapping interests. They have strategic challenges between the two countries, long-term strategic challenges place their interests I don't believe will ever truly overlap. But certainly tactically and operationally, we see that today. China or Venezuela is a very, very good example, but we've seen it in other places as well. We see it at the United Nations, where as members of the UN Security Council, they work together as well, almost always against freedom, democracy, liberty, the things that the United States and democracies hold dear.
Also, let me ask you about recent news that Italy is joining the effort on China's One Belt, One Road initiative. And obviously major European country, friendly to the West historically, what that means for the United States and for China and its efforts at expanding its might, economic might and military might around the world.
It's disappointing anytime any country begins to engage in behavior and commercial interactions with China that aren't straight up. China has every right to move around the world and compete. Transparently, private companies engaging, they'll win a handful of times. I'm convinced that we'll do great if there are rule of law transactions that are open and transparent. That is not the case with many of the niches under One Belt, One Road. And so your point, whether it's Italy or other countries that have gone down this path, we're saddened because we think those countries, we think the people of those countries will ultimately lose. We've seen that in some smaller, less wealthy countries. That is, the debt trap diplomacy, this predatory lending that takes place, comes home to roost more quickly than it does in nations that can survive that are wealthier. But when you engage in these non-economic transactions with essentially state-owned or state-directed enterprises, nothing good happens for your people. It may feel good in the moment. You think you got a cheap product or a low-cost bridge or road built. In the end, there'll be a political cost attached to that, which will greatly exceed the economic value of what you were provided.
And we certainly support your efforts to obviously allow China to compete, but not to cheat around the world. And let me ask you one last question with respect to North Korea. I want to get your perspective on whether you think North Koreans think or know whether North Korea's nuclear capacity has and capabilities have increased or decreased since the first Trump-Kim summit?
So the fact that they've not conducted missile tests or nuclear testing is a good thing. It reduces their capability, their systems become less reliant. But we've not yet seen them make the big move that we were hoping, frankly, that they would do in Hanoi. We have not yet seen them take the big step that I spoke about the very first time I met Chairman Kim, goodness, almost exactly a year ago, where we talked about the fact that there'd be a brighter future for the North Korean people, but it had to be this complete denuclearization. We've not seen them take a step in that direction yet. I'm still hopeful that we can engage and negotiate with them and get to the right outcome. Chairman Kim, even in this last visit between the presidents and conversations between my team and his team, they still tell us they're committed to that. It's time that we begin to see real actions in that regard.
And where does it all go from here with North Korea?
My team is engaging at every level, not only with North Koreans. Steve Biegun, the special representative, has been in China these past couple days. I think he may be on his way back here now. Has been working with our allies in the region, South Korea and Japan, to ensure that we keep the pressure campaign, that we continue to enforce the UN Security Council resolutions, and then continue our diplomatic efforts to achieve this outcome.
Thank you, Secretary. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, greetings from Utah. It's a delight to be here with you today. I'm not sure all of us can appreciate that one of your skill sets is sitting there hour after hour and answering our questions, but thank you. We've paid homage, rightly so, to C-SPAN for their 40-year anniversary over the last day or two, but interestingly, I think we've missed one of the most significant 40-year anniversaries. 40 years ago, yesterday, President Carter, Sadat, and Begin signed the historic peace treaty. I happened to be 19 years old and living in Jerusalem at the signing of that treaty, and I grabbed a newspaper, and for years and years I kept it in a file in my office. And when I came to Congress, I took that newspaper and I had it framed, and this now hangs in my office as a reminder of the many lessons that came out of that, among other things, that we can do what seems near impossible, that we can bring these groups together that seem so far apart, that we can be bipartisan in the way that we approach these. And I worry that our relationship with Israel is becoming a partisan issue, and I hope that it's not. I think our success depends on this being a bipartisan issue. Could you touch just on a minute on what the administration is doing that might take us back to a point like this in our relationships with Israel and their Arab neighbors?
Sure. So your point is well taken. I'm also reminded, if I have the history right of that day, that if you looked at the outsiders the day before, or at least a week before, months before, it seemed almost unimaginable that would have happened. So I'm mindful. We were talking about North Korea a little bit ago. As difficult as these problems look, if you continue to work at them, if you continue to engage in good faith negotiations and try and grind away and resolve these resolutions, that sometimes things happen quickly and big. And I'm hopeful that the Trump administration will be able to achieve some of those. With respect to the efforts in the Middle East, there has been a lot of groundwork laid, working with each of the countries in the region, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, the Saudis, the Emiratis. I'm going to miss a few along the way. We've worked with the Iraqis. I was just in Lebanon. I was in Israel. In my previous role, I met a number of times with Palestinian leadership, working to try and understand the conflict as it sits today, not as we might have imagined it 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 30 years ago, and to try and identify those places where we can find congruence, overlap, places where we can acknowledge the history but move past it. And we will lay out our vision for that in the not-too-distant future. And I hope that every one of those countries will take a good look at it. There'll be something in there, I'm sure, that they don't find too whippy. But I hope they will each take a serious look at it and take it as a good faith effort to resolve this long-term
Thank you. And to your point about the naysayers, I actually was in Galilee the night that it was signed, and Syria had said they would invade over the Golan Heights. I remember as a 19-year-old looking up and seeing the Golan Heights, wondering if they were coming. But I think it's a great testament that we can do these hard things. Unfortunately, this week we've also seen rockets launched at Israel from Hamas, from Gaza. There's some belief that Iran had a hand in this. Can you address that? And also, is that show us one of the flaws in the Iran nuclear deal with the long-range ballistic missiles not being addressed? And is this an example of why that's a problem?
Well, with respect to the recent rocket attacks, when I came this morning, I think both sides had agreed that they had gotten to a pretty good place. Whether that'll hold, I don't know. It was pretty fragile when I had the last conversation, but I'm hopeful that it will. Second, I couldn't tell you if the Iranians were directly involved in this particular attack. I can tell you that they underwrite Hamas, the terrorist entity that is responsible for those missile launches. And then finally, your third question was about the JCPOA. Look, most of the behavior that has led to Iran being the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism increased during the JCPOA. It was because the JCPOA prevented the administration from taking any action against Iran. They said that it didn't, but in fact, you just need to look at the activities that they engaged in. They permitted Iran to expand. They gave Iran resources. They opened up economic wealth for Hezbollah and for Shia militias all across Iraq. Those were the kind of things that our policies are trying to cabin, to reduce the capacity for the Islamic Republic of Iran to engage in terror behavior, whether that's in the Gaza Strip or the assassination campaigns that are taking place in Europe or the missile launches that are coming out of Yemen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield my time.
Thank you. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. It's been reported that Jared Kushner offered Prince Mohammed of Saudi Arabia, and I quote, advice about how to weather the storm in the aftermath of the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. Do you know if that's true or not?
I don't.
Well, don't you think it would be important for the Secretary of State to know what the senior White House officials are telling world leaders, including the leader of Saudi Arabia?
I believe I know everything that he told him, but you suggested some report that I have not seen, and so I'm happy to.
Well, do you know if he gave him PR advice?
To the best of my knowledge, he did not.
Do you think it would be?
I talk with Mr. Kushner all the time. I think we are fully in sync with respect to how we're handling each of the issues around the world. We know what his files are, we know the ones that I'm engaged in, we know where we have overlap, and we're working towards the same end state.
Well, I want to ask you another question about some of our relations, whether it's through you or through Mr. Kushner, and that's the setting up of an air marshals type program with Saudi Arabia. I know this was begun under a previous administration, but I wonder if you have any reservations about continuing the program now, since it comes in the wake of the murder of the Washington Post journalist, in the wake of arrests and detentions and abuses of women's rights activists, in the wake of airstrikes that have hit schools and hospitals, even a bus carrying 40 children. Thousands of people in Yemen have died as a result of it. Both houses have voted in opposition to it. Do you think that we might want to reassess a program that we've set up with Saudi Arabia to create this special air marshals type program?
I'm not familiar with the program. I'm happy to take a look at it.
You're not familiar with the program because it's supposed to go into place fairly soon, and we have sent TSA officials over to set it up?
Yes, I vaguely recall that I don't have responsibility for TSA.
Yes, I know you don't, but it's through the State
Department. I'm not as familiar with it as I might otherwise be, but I'm happy to take a look at it.
Well, great. Maybe you'll take a look at the other countries in the Middle East where we already have these programs. Are you familiar with those at all?
I know of the existence of the programs, yes.
Well, can I ask you what you might think if we set up a program with Saudi Arabia, what we can do to put some safeguards in place to be sure that it won't be used against our interests or fall into the wrong hands that then might be used against us?
Yeah, I think most appropriately DHS would be the best place to lodge those questions, but I'm happy to take a look at them and see if they have important State Department equities or foreign policy elements to them.
Well, thank you. I'd appreciate if you'd get back to us on that, and I'm a little disappointed that you're unaware of a major program that's taking place with collaboration with the State Department. Let me ask you about another program that maybe you do have more information about. It's been reported that the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, I know that's not directly under you, but they're closing 23 international field offices. These are offices that work on refugee applications, family reunification visas, and foreign adoptions. And they plan to transfer those over to the workload of the State Department. That would be what you're in charge of.
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder, did you sign off on that decision?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very familiar with this. I'm very familiar with how our consular affairs team interacts with USCIS, and I'm very comfortable with the path that we're taking.
Well, there's nothing that is reflected in your budget to show how you're going to take up this work. Can you explain how you're going to be able to cover these new assignments?
I'm very comfortable that we can deliver on that mission set. My team has told me the same.
And are you going to continue to make this a priority, or will this be put on the back burner? And what's going to be the impact on refugee applications as a result of your just kind of absorbing this process?
When you say this, I'm not certain what you're...
This was the family reunification visas, the refugee applications, those activities that used to be done by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services that are being transferred to you that you are so comfortable about taking up.
I'm very confident that we can deliver these services.
Well, we'll be watching that to be sure that that is the case. But it seems to me it'd be a little more responsible if you had made some mention of it in your budget, that this will be a new task that you're undertaking as opposed to DHS. You don't have any problem with that?
Do you have a question, ma'am?
My question was, why didn't you put it in your budget?
Ma'am, I'd have to go take a look at that line item and see what we did and where it is that line item fits. But I've talked with the team on the budget. The consular affairs team was very involved in delivering the budget, and they're comfortable that they can deliver on all of the missions that we have provided to them.
Well, I'm glad you're comfortable, because I'm not very comfortable. I'm not very comfortable with the answers that you don't seem to know what's going on, but I would be more comfortable if you would get back to us and tell us about this TSA Air Marshal program that you're setting up with Saudi Arabia.
I'll ensure that DHS gets back to you, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Secretary Pompeo.
Thank you.
During your training at or during your time at the CIA and at the State Department, did you receive training on how classified information should be handled?
Yes, sir, I did.
Does everyone handling classified information at the State Department receive a briefing or training course on how to handle classified information?
I believe that's correct.
Did this training cover the different designations indicating a document's level of classification?
Anyone who receives a clearance and has access to classified information would receive training on the various levels and how those various levels are required to be handled.
And does a classification marker indicate of TS indicate that it is top secret information contained in that document?
That's what those two letters would normally indicate, yes.
And if it is an S, would it indicate that it is a secret classification?
Also correct.
And if it is a C, would it indicate that it is a classified document?
C typically means confidential. That is the level of classification, but I suppose it could, yes.
Okay,
it
so
typically means confidential. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were taught these designations at the training that you received as Secretary of State?
You know, I know I went through that training as Director of CIA. I don't know that I went through the course again when I became Secretary of State. I may have.
I don't want to suggest something about your age, but were you grandfathered into that as a result?
I don't know. Here's what I'm confident of. If I was required to go through the process, I did.
Okay. Have you ever gone home for the night and left classified documents on your kitchen table?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Have you ever left them in your car?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Have you ever taken classified documents home with you and had them outside of your possession?
I have, only because I have a location that I can store classified information in my home.
Okay, so it has.
So they would have been stored in an appropriate location inside the secure facility that is inside of the house in which I live.
And a security official has approved that as a secure location?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a private server in your home?
No, I do not.
And if you had left classified information in your car, or if you left it in your home outside of the private area, would that be a violation of the training that you had received about how to handle classified information?
Any time that classified information is not stored in an appropriately approved facility or is outside of the control of the individual to whom that information has been provided, whether that's written or even if one speaks about it, lets it out orally, yes, that is inconsistent with the requirements.
Okay. Could you be prosecuted for receiving information outside of a secure or sending information outside of a secure location or email serving a non-classified email server?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, you are also a lawyer. Is that correct?
I'm not certified to practice anywhere today, but yes, at one point I went to law school and I used to have a bar registration.
And as a lawyer, you have heard of the term circumstantial evidence?
I have.
And would it be considered circumstantial evidence of guilt for someone to take evidence of a crime and destroy that evidence?
It might well be.
Okay. I have no further questions, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary. I believe last time I spoke, or I was the Mariano Rivera of this. Now I'm sort of like a middle reliever, right? But still find myself asking questions that may have been addressed already. But I want to start by expressing my serious concerns with plans to close USCIS, the International Field Offices, was previously mentioned. This may seem a little bit out of scope with this hearing, but I guarantee you that it's not. 2 weeks ago, the USCIS Director Cisna put forward a plan to close its 12 dozen overseas offices and said that many other responsibilities would be shifted onto the state's consular's office. It is my understanding that the very reason that these offices exist is to take some of the workload off the consular officials. Let me make myself clear. I oppose this plan. I know that a number of my colleagues also oppose it. I'll be leading a letter in opposition to it. I just want to find out, how are you going to address the overload of work for these consular officers? Are you going to increase staff? There's currently a backlog to begin with, and now you're shifting these services to another unit that may in fact be overburdened to begin with. Do you have a plan to increase staffing? And do you project, what kind of workload do you project these consular officers going to have?
But I know our team is very well apprised of this transition that's taking place, and our consular team is confident that they can achieve their mission set.
Well, you know, one of the issues that often comes forward is the lengthy times that folks have to wait for these services. And with regards to family reunification, some families, some mothers have to wait as long as 7 years. By the time they're done, those kids that they want to reunite with are now adults. And this brings about a great degree of issues to the family. So I urge you to please come back to us and give us what your plan is for this change.
I will make sure that we collectively do that, that we help you. This is a longstanding issue. As I understand, the history of it is not the last couple of years. It predates that, and one that we need to seriously make sure that we understand fully.
I want to shift now to the Caribbean. I find that the Caribbean is often overlooked for its strategic importance to the U.S. The Caribbean is, in fact, our third border, and we ought to direct necessary focus to the region. We must work to curb the flow of illicit drugs, combat corruption, promote good governance, and build upon trade partnerships for our relationship with these nations to prosper. One important aspect of our relationship with the Caribbean is the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, to which the U.S. contributes roughly $58 million annually to combat drug trade, promote social justice, and increase public security. I believe that the CBSI is critical to the U.S. national interest and that we ought to continue to grow the program. I will be asking for a substantial increase to the CBSI. I just want to know from you, Mr. Secretary, how do you plan to ensure that we continue to work with the Caribbean, the CBSI program to fight drugs in that region?
The CBSI is, in fact, an important program. I concede that. We have to make hard choices from time to time. You'll have to make hard decisions about how many dollars to allocate to particular programs. You'll have to make trade-offs, ones that you're not always happy with as well.
Will you be supportive of a substantial increase to that program?
I'll have to take a look at it in the context of all the other demands on resources for the State Department.
Finally, Mr. Secretary, I consistently hear of our allies in the region that they feel, in that region and Latin America, that they feel ignored by the U.S. because we have stepped away from the region. We don't invest in our allies, and instead they turn to China, and because we have left sort of like a vacuum. I know that the administration has sort of like given a green light or winked at some of those nations, say you can trade, but there are certain projects that we would oppose. For example, ports, access to data, other important. Could you enumerate which are the kinds of projects that the administration will oppose some of the countries in Latin America engaging with China with?
Sure. I agree with the predicate of your question with respect to a couple of decades where America did not engage and invest in that region in the way that it should have. We're trying to correct that. With respect to and China has shown up and made proffers that we think are not in the best interest of those nations. Right. I don't know that I can segregate them out as categories, but other than to say free, open, private companies competing transparently, Chinese companies, all good. When it presents a security risk to the United States, no good.
Do you think, for example, real quickly, Mr. Chairman, do you think that allowing Chinese to run ports, given the crisis of fentanyl in the region, in the hemisphere, is a good idea?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I want to compliment you on what I believe is outstanding leadership of your department. I recently introduced the Digital Global Access Policy Act, which would expand Internet access to developing countries and promote U.S. export of technology. We've heard a lot about China. And so my question relates specifically to Internet access. And yes, we work with private companies and all of that, but is there anything the State Department's doing with regard to that? We talked about this yesterday in the African subcommittee hearing, and could you tell us what the State Department's doing just in that regard?
With respect to Internet access?
Yes.
And globally, speaking around the world?
Right.
Yeah. So there's places that's our responsibility. We try to make sure that there's freedom of speech, freedom of expression. The Internet's obviously part of that, the capacity for citizens to communicate. We talk about that in every place we go where there's substantial risk of that. We also do our best when malign actors are attempting to close down, create closed systems which prevent citizens from speaking, from getting this information that comes through the Internet. The State Department has a role in trying to prevent that as well.
Great. Now I want to shift to the border. You know what the national numbers are. I can tell you that in Texas, 11,000 per week are coming across into Texas, 9,000 into 3 Texas counties, the 3 most southern counties. I toured that area last week by plane, by helicopter, by gunboat on the Rio Grande. I saw firsthand where the drug cartels are operating, where human traffickers are bringing people across on rafts. Now, I have a lot of questions for one of your counterparts. Nobody's going to mistake you for the Secretary of Homeland Security. But as it relates to Mexico and our policy towards Mexico, and what can we do to get Mexico to do more on their side of the border?
So I've personally been very involved in this. Frankly, I think I've been to Mexico more than any previous Secretary of State in their first, now 10 or 11 months as Secretary of State, and met with my Mexican counterpart and spoken with him more. I have a great relationship with Foreign Minister Ebrard. We've asked them to do a number of things. We've asked them to strengthen border security at their southern border, a very important component of what's taking place today at America's southern border. We've asked them not to create incentives for people to travel this dangerous path through Mexico. And then we've come to an understanding with respect to how those coming to the United States to seek asylum can remain in Mexico during the time of the pendency of their claim. We're working with the Mexican government on each of these. We need them to do more. We need them to set up more checkpoints. We need them to do the things that prevent what you described as happening in your state.
With regard, though, to the drug cartels and the human trafficking, and the human trafficking aspect of this is something that we don't hear a lot about, but it's absolutely horrible what's happening to young women that are being brought across the border. I don't see Mexico stepping up to the plate when it comes to that.
I've talked with them a great deal. I know my counterparts at DHS, at DEA, all the elements that work on these transnational criminal organizations, the narcotics and human trafficking that flow through those networks. We're there to help. The United States taxpayers actually provide significant resources to assist them. We're prepared to continue to do that, but we certainly need the Mexican government to do more.
Well, I can tell you that what U.S. Border Control, the Texas Department of Public Safety, working in tandem with them, and the county sheriffs, they're doing outstanding work. I can also tell you they're overwhelmed, and they need help down there. My last question it's a little more personal. I have some constituents in my district, a family who has a family member, Maj Kamal Maz, who is being held in Syria, has been for almost 2 years. You have been very responsive. Your office has been very responsive to my office as well as to the family. I just ask that you continue to work with the Czech Republic. They're the ones that are actually helping us with this, and not let this man fall through the cracks.
You have my commitment. Next week we'll hold an event at the State Department talking about this specific set of issues about Americans that are detained wrongly abroad. We'll have some of the families in the Trump administration's had some success. We're very proud of in getting people back. I personally got to bring back 3 Americans who were being held in North Korea. We focus on this every single day.
Great. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for your service, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary. As a Gold Star son, I'm particularly grateful for your service to our country. My question is about Afghanistan. It goes without saying that a secure and peaceful Afghanistan is not in just our country's best interest, but of course the world's. I know that will be difficult to achieve, But it also goes without saying that members of Congress are concerned about the lack of communication between the State Department and Congress relative to both our strategy and an update relative to the negotiations with the Taliban. I think since November of 18, this committee's staff has been asking for a briefing. I believe Chairman Engel and Ranking Member McCall have sent a letter as recently as February asking for that briefing, and all have been ignored. So my question is, can you confirm that within 2 weeks that Ambassador Khalilzad would appear for a briefing in front of this committee?
No, I'm not prepared to do that, to confirm that he'll do that. I'm happy to share with you our strategy, what it is the State Department has been tasked to do, and frankly, all of the United States government has been asked to do in Afghanistan by President Trump.
But before you
I'm
continue,
happy to share with you. You described, by the way, our negotiations with the Taliban. Our negotiations are with every element inside of Afghanistan aimed at getting there to be Afghan-led conversations. That's the mission set that Ambassador Khalilzad is engaged in.
Okay,
so it's just important to characterize it correctly.
I respect that. But going back to the ambassador, what is a reasonable time frame for him to appear in front of this?
You know, when you're engaged in complex negotiations, one needs to be really careful to make sure that the contents of those negotiations remain in a very small circle. And I'm happy to share with you, I know precisely what he's doing. I don't speak with him every day, but almost every day. Okay. It's either I or Undersecretary Hale is working closely with Ambassador Khalilzad. I am happy to come share with you what we can. But you have to know the success of these negotiations depends on every one of those partners having confidence that what they say in those negotiations will not end up in the Washington Post.
I respect that. But in his absence, and with about 3 minutes here, if you could brief us on both strategy and any update that you can share, it is most important.
You bet. Let me walk you through President Trump's strategy. He's talked very publicly about ending endless wars. And about taking down America's substantial commitment to Afghanistan as quickly as we can, consistent with American national security interests. That's the aim that he has set out for us. So I, working closely with First Secretary Mattis and now Acting Secretary Shanahan, have laid out our effort for reconciliation to see if we can take down the violence levels and then begin to have real negotiations about what a political resolution would look like in Afghanistan, always being mindful of the risk. There's continued ISIS Khorasan inside of Afghanistan, although America has done enormously good work under multiple presidents to take down the threat from al-Qaeda. It remains there as well. So all the while being mindful that we have important counterterrorism equities that we need to make sure that we address appropriately. And that's what Ambassador Khalilzad and the Department of Defense, who's working alongside him on these reconciliation discussions, are trying to convince all the parties, the Government of National Unity, including President Ghani, other Afghan actors, and the Taliban to come together to see if we can't find a way to reduce the violence. When we do that, we'll be able to reduce not only American forces there, but importantly the NATO forces that are located inside and working together alongside us inside of Afghanistan.
And in your estimation, can the Taliban and other extremist groups be trusted?
I am a believer that whoever it is we're negotiating with, we have to have deliverable, measurable outcomes that can be verified. That goes for everyone I negotiate. When I was in the private sector negotiating with customers and suppliers, I did not want to have to resort to enforcement mechanisms, but rather I wanted to be able to have the capacity to understand we could measure, work together, and see deliverable outcomes on the ground. That's what we'll expect from all of the parties in the region.
Okay. My understanding is the ambassador is now going back to the region. We'll be there through April 10th. And I'll just ask one more time. Your encouragement would be appreciated on behalf of this entire committee to extend that invitation for a briefing. I think it's important, and you having been a former member of this body, I think you probably recognize that.
I understand. I remember when negotiations were taking place with the previous administration, they were very careful about information being ending up in places that harmed the very effort that we would agree we're engaged in trying to achieve. But I'm happy to consider if there's a way we can execute what it is. I know you won't. You do have an obligation on oversight. I understand that deeply, and I will do my best to make sure that we keep you apprised as we move along of the success and absence thereof with respect to our reconciliation efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service. I wanted to touch on Ukraine. I'm the co-chair of the Ukraine caucus. Also, before being in Congress as an FBI agent, my last international assignment was in Ukraine. and spent a lot of time and put a lot of effort into working with their anti-corruption efforts to start the NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, and also working a lot of counterintelligence. And my question, sir, is the administration, their broader policy with regards to Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea, the ongoing battle occurring in the Donbass region. Do you feel that we're supplying them with enough of what they need? What is the follow-up been with regards to the commitments we've made? Do you think it's sufficient? And with respect, that pertains to eastern Ukraine, and with respect to Crimea, are we satisfied just accepting the status quo there with the annexation? I know we've made statements not recognizing it, recognizing that what Mr. Putin did was a violation of international law, but what's next in that regard?
Let me, if I may, take the second question first. We've issued statements. We've issued a Crimea declaration. We've worked with our partners along the Black Sea and the region. When the Russians captured soldiers in the Sea of Azov, sailors in the Sea of Azov, we've done a great deal of work to try and push back against that. We need to do more. Next week, I'm hopeful when our NATO colleagues are in town for the 7th anniversary of NATO, we will be able to announce another series of actions that we will jointly take together to push back against what Russia is doing there in Crimea and in the Sea of Azov and in the region. So the answer is, I don't know that we've done all that we can yet. We are continuing to work to make sure that we're building out the right policies so that we can ultimately restore what we've said with respect to Crimea. It belongs to Ukraine, and we want to see that fixed. Second, we're constantly evaluating whether we're not only providing enough resources to Ukraine in the southeast and the Donbass along the line of contact, not only whether it's enough, but if it's the right tools, not only the tools that you see, munitions and arms, but intelligence sharing, all the things, situational awareness, all the things that we have the capacity that you were engaged in building out infrastructures and institutions inside of Ukraine. We're constantly reviewing whether or not we're doing enough there. We're hopeful that there will be a successful election and a successful government formation that follows that. And then we hope, too, that we can continue the very efforts you described. The anti-corruption efforts, they're incredibly important. Those reforms will be central to restoring the full democracy that the Ukrainian people so richly deserve.
Thank you, sir. I can tell you the younger generation, particularly in Ukraine, provides a very, very bright future for that country. They want, more than anything, closer ties with the West. I think the greatest thing we can do in that region is to keep our word to the Ukrainians, provide them with as much military assistance as they need, because that is a big, big concern for them right now. And I just wanted to share that thought with you, sir. If you could keep that in mind when you're enacting policies pertaining to that region, that we maintain close contact and ongoing communications with Ukrainian leaders, particularly in the area of the military. The more military folks we can have joint exercises and training with. I know predominantly now it's the National Guard in California that does most of the work in Ukraine, but it would certainly help to have some of their military leaders in Ukraine train here at some of our academies. I think that would really go a long way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. I have several questions for you on the administration's implementation of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Let me be clear, there's bipartisan support for ending human trafficking, but we must follow the letter of the law and ensure vulnerable populations aren't punished for their government's conduct. In November, a presidential memorandum restricted aid to countries that aren't meeting or trying to meet standards set out by the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, meaning governments that aren't doing things like seriously investigating and prosecuting trafficking cases. This memorandum said the United States will not provide non-humanitarian, non-trade-related assistance to the governments until they make progress. But it's not totally clear, at least to me, what that means. Does assistance to governments include aid administered through NGOs directly to populations where the government does not provide any financial or in-kind support?
We look at each of those on a case-by-case basis to determine whether it's appropriate. I think you noted that in the memorandum there was an exclusion for humanitarian assistance. Many of the NGOs indeed are providing just exactly that. Look, there's a good reason for that memorandum. I think it makes enormous sense. I'm fully supportive of the decision the President made there. It's the right thing to do to encourage these governments. Ultimately, if we're to be successful at taking down this threat from trafficking, it's going to be those governments that do that. And so our work, the State Department's work, is to make sure that those governments do it and build out infrastructure.
We're all for that, sir, but what I'm trying to get at is the boundary, and in particular, we don't want to restrict direct NGO aid to victims and vulnerable populations. Several senators and representatives sent you a letter on this very matter on December 17th. And the department did not respond at all until March 5th, and even then, in the response, it didn't answer the question at all. We're talking about things like nutrition assistance and health care, without which people suffer. So it's been more than 3 months since we first asked the department this question. Why isn't there an answer?
Well, you just said we sent you a letter. I think we've provided an answer. If you think the letter is insufficient, we're happy to review it and see if we can't provide you additional context, additional color, some more detail. But it sounds like that.
So when can we expect a follow-up?
If you would, please send us a letter indicating what it is you feel like.
Send you another letter, and we'll just
we clearly think we responded. We believe we responded to you. If there are particular places we have concerns or you think we didn't adequately respond, it doesn't have to be a letter.
But let me.
But if you'd share with us what it is.
Yeah, time is short. Let me ask you another question about waivers to aid restrictions and how they're being applied. I understand that PEPFAR funds are being granted waivers so that assistance can continue, even though PEPFAR programs require coordination and some integration with governments. Yet I've also heard that education and other programs that are not working through governments are being impacted. I don't think there's any question that cutting off education assistance will hurt local populations. So I'd like to understand the decision-making process. What criteria is the government using, the department using, to determine which forms of assistance can continue and which can't?
Yeah, I can't give you a blanket answer. Do you have a particular country? I mean, I can talk to you about our understanding about how it is we deliver that. We're trying to get the very outcomes that are described in the program. So we're trying to make sure that U.S. American taxpayer dollars are used for programs that actually have positive outcomes, that actually deliver the results.
Well, for sure, but yeah, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you know, this is also, yes, I did. This is also a matter we asked in the December 17th letter. And the reason I'm asking you these questions is because the assistance we're talking about is absolutely critical to some of the world's most vulnerable people, and because this is hardly the first time requests for key information from this committee have been ignored. I'm extremely concerned that despite the Secretary's own experience with congressional oversight, that this State Department has no qualms stonewalling Congress and keeping us from carrying out our constitutionally mandated oversight responsibilities. Let me just ask you one other quick question about Paul Whelan, a Michigander. He's an American citizen. He was arrested, as you know, on December 28th in Russia by the FSB. Purportedly for espionage. He remains in prison, and a Russian court recently extended his pretrial detention until May. Given that we have, little time left here, can you just give me some sense? We're very concerned about him, that he remains in prison, and we'd like to know what you're doing to secure his rights under international law and ultimately his release.
I can't say much about what we've taken, only can reassure you that our Ambassador Huntsman there, our team on the ground, our team that travels and has communications with the Russian government raises this issue consistently and is doing all that it can to make sure that we treat this issue with the highest priority.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd reel back, Mr.
Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here, brother. You have incredible control. I've had to leave 3 times for restroom breaks. You stay right there, so I'm not sure what was in your criteria for hiring, but a large bladder must have been there, so I'm appreciative of that, brother. I want to ask you some questions about Israel and the Golan Heights. And I was wondering if you could elaborate some further on the strategic implications that will have for the region, and will it be helpful for the peace process?
So first of all, the decision the President made was one that we'd been working on for some time. Ultimately, it was done because it was the right thing to do in the sense that it recognized the reality on the ground. So in the first instance, the decision was made because it was simply the right thing to do to recognize Israel's claim for the sovereignty of the Golan Heights. Second, we also believe, and we took a look at this, we believe this increases the likelihood that we get resolution of the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. We think it speaks with the clarity that takes this away from any uncertainty about how we'll proceed. And so we think that when one is involved in a complex negotiation, that more certainty is better. And so we do think this will benefit both Israel and the Palestinians so that we can get resolution.
Cool. Thank you. And also, I noticed the UN, to me, it's pretty apparent they have a clear anti-Israel voting pattern, I would call it. Will the U.S. be leveraging American foreign aid to encourage countries to stand with us at the UN? As it's been suggested, you know, we talk about the carrot or the stick. It seems like we're always giving them the carrot, and maybe the stick might be in order at some point.
So we've certainly done that in terms of using all the tools at our disposal to make the case that we needed partners, certainly on the UN Security Council, not only the permanent members, but those that are there for a shorter time, as well as folks in the broader UN General Assembly, that they would support us and vote with us. One of the reasons we abandoned the UN Human Rights Council was because it had clearly lost its mission, it had lost its focus. It was behaving in ways that were deeply inconsistent with the very charter of that commission.
Well, clearly, so I guess some of the countries that were on it were some of the worst actors that we've seen. What steps is the State Department currently taking to stop the flow of resources to the Hezbollah? And what are we doing to stop Iranian resources from going to them?
So the major global campaign is the sanctions regime that we've put in place. We've taken them from 2.7 barrels of oil per day down to something around 1 million barrels of oil per day. We'll make another set of decisions in May about that. That's denied them hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We have active campaigns with countries around the world to deny Iran the capacity to move weapons and money around the world. So Treasury's obviously in the lead, but the State Department's doing work for financial sanctions to deny those countries the capacity to trade with Iran. There are other tools the U.S. government uses as well. It is a full-on campaign. With respect to Hezbollah, I was in Beirut just this past week to talk with them about how we can work to ensure that Lebanon gets the democracy they want without a third-party armed force inside of their country. It presents real risk to them. It's not to the people of Lebanon's best interest, and we are around the world working to make sure that wherever the Islamic Republic of Iran is fomenting terrorism or trying to undermine democracy or behaving in a malign way, we're pushing back.
It seems like I asked something about the Chinese and the Huawei. I'm not sure. I think that's how you pronounce it. With the Chinese using them, and Secretary Albright was here, I believe, last week or the week before, and she concurred. She agreed that they were a national security threat, especially if they were allowed to be a part of the 5G internet infrastructure. And with the recent news that Germany will most likely allow them to bid on the 5G networks, will that threaten our NATO intelligence sharing and transatlantic security?
I don't want to talk specifics about what the Germans are telling us, but I can say this. We've made clear publicly to every country the risks of putting technology from a Chinese state-owned enterprise or one that is closely affiliated with Chinese state-owned enterprises inside your network, and then the subsequent risk about decisions that we'll have to take, that America will have to take with respect to where we can put our information. Not only our government information, but the private information of our citizens is at risk as well. And we are out talking about this, making sure that everybody understands America's view of the risk. Then countries will make their own sovereign choices, and we'll be forced to then make ours as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield no time back, so
thank you, Mr.
do
President.
Do with it what you will.
I appreciate it anyway. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Spanberger.
Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. Secretary Pompeo, as a former intelligence professional, I am extremely troubled by the apparent lack of respect for the intelligence community's objective, nonpartisan intelligence assessments and their critical importance in the formulation of sound, well-reasoned, and balanced foreign policy, which is your responsibility as Secretary of State. I'd like to ask you a few questions regarding some of the most pressing foreign policy issues facing our nation today. As time is short, please answer with a simple yes or no, sir. Do you believe the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un will covertly retain his nuclear weapons program despite negotiations?
So I can't answer that yes or no, and I would challenge, by the way, the predicate of your question.
So, sir, I'm a former intelligence officer, so I understand that nuance is deep, but these are actually in public,
for a little while too.
open source. They are answered in a very straightforward yes or no. So shall I take your response as a no or a yes, sir?
You may take my response however you please.
Do you believe Russia interfered with the 2016 U.S. general election, sir?
If you'll permit me to answer your question, I'd be happy to do so. But
please go ahead, sir.
It's not fair to ask a question that can't be answered yes or no and demand that I do so. As you said, you know nuance. There's nuance.
Well, sir, I would argue that point because in the 2019 threat assessment, where we had leaders from the intelligence community here before us, they did answer with a yes. That North Korean leader Kim Jong-un will covertly retain. Their assessment is will covertly retain.
I'm happy to give you my answer to that.
Moving on to the next one.
You never get a deal until you get a deal. And I understand how intelligence works. They look at history. They stare at the past.
Sir, let's move on to the next one.
But I'm looking at forward.
Do you believe Russia interfered with the 2016 U.S. general election? This is looking towards the past, so that one should be one that you can answer.
Oh, yes, they did. And the 2012. And the 2008.
Thank you.
And the 2004.
Do you believe Iran is following the provisions of the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action to reduce or eliminate its enriched uranium stockpile and enrichment facilities?
That's a very complicated answer, not all of which I can give in a public test.
Also answered in the January 2019 threat testimony, the answer that the intelligence leaders of our intelligence community gave was yes. Do you believe that global climate change is real and represents a threat to U.S. national security?
Yes, the climate is changing.
Thank you. And is it a threat to our national security, sir?
It's not at the top of my list.
I'm not asking about your list. I'm asking about the intelligence community's list and their assessments, which should be driving the policy you are pushing.
But policymakers have an obligation to form their own independent judgment on priorities, and that's what this administration is doing. It's what I frankly wish the past administration.
And for the record, I'd like to put into the record that the 2019 Annual Worldwide Threat Assessment did say that global climate change does present a threat to U.S. national security. So thank you. I'm glad that ultimately, overall, it seems like we are in agreement that when we're looking at threat assessments, you are listening to the career intelligence professionals and deferring and learning from and listening to their years of training and expertise. However, unfortunately, sir, this has not matched some of the previous comments that you have made over the past years, certainly not those of the White House. So my question is, why is there such a disconnect between your positions and that of the President, the assessment of the intelligence community, and those of the President?
Yeah, there's not.
Is there not, sir?
No.
So, okay. Well, thank you very much for your answers on this. I do want to close because as a former intelligence officer and as someone who's been deeply disturbed by the lack of credence given to some of the work or most of the work of the intelligence community, I would like to close with a note to my sisters and brothers in the intelligence community. And as one former DNI has said, the IC will continue to speak truth to power even when the power ignores that truth. I want to commend the men and women of the intelligence community for risking their lives across the world, and too often their livelihoods as well, every day to collect the information that should be directing and informing the policy that the United States government is pursuing throughout the world. Thank you to you, sir, for being here today, and thank you to the intelligence community serving around the world.
Thank you.
I yield back.
I just add that you should know that it is. The very work that they're doing is important and used by this administration to inform its policy decisions all across the spectrum.
Thank you, sir. Then I would urge you in your conversations with the President for him to potentially speak more respectfully of the life-risking work that so many of our intelligence community members pursue so that you may have well-informed, well-sourced information in your day-to-day work. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Watkins.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Pompeo, thank you for your selfless service. It brings honor upon our great state of Kansas, our country, and the United States Military Academy at West Point. Last time we were home, we were at the GES Heartland Institute, and we talked about the role of the State Department when linking up our growers, our farmers and producers in Kansas to the global market. Can you talk me through the State Department's role in that?
Certainly. So both the State Department team that works here in the United States and the team that works across missions across the world, we have a responsibility to ensure that we have open access to markets. So that's a policy decision inside of those countries that we work diligently to make sure they understand that America is going to demand reciprocal trade. You've seen the President raise this to new levels of importance. We want to make sure that if they're selling their goods here, we can sell our goods inside of their country as well. It is only fair and right. And with respect to agriculture in particular, we've got a whole big team. We have 1,500 economic officers stationed around the world whose singular mission is to make sure American companies understand rules, understand customs, understand tax laws, have the capacity to build out their businesses and create wealth and jobs here in the United States by selling all across the world.
Thank you, Secretary Pompeo. Chairman, I yield my time.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Secretary, thank you so much for your time today. My name is Chrissy Houlihan, and I'm here representing the people of Pennsylvania's 6th Congressional District. And so I take great responsibility in making sure that my people in my community understand the importance of the State Department, frankly. I'm a third-generation military service member myself. I have active duty cousins, many of them in harm's way right now. But I firmly believe that the work that you do prevents the work that my family needs to do. And so my questions are along a couple of lines. The first one regarding women and peace and security. I'm a member of this committee, but I'm also a member of the Armed Services Committee, and I'm actually quite concerned about the administration's delay in submitting to Congress its strategy on bolstering women's inclusion, peace, and security efforts globally. It was required by the Women's Peace and Security Act of 2017. And so my first question is to you, which is when will you plan to deliver this strategy, which was due October of 2018?
I can't answer that question, but I will get you an answer in the next day or two of when we will have delivered it.
I would very much like to have a very specific answer to that question because I'm also a former teacher and deadlines matter, and I would love to have an actual concrete deadline.
As a former business person, I understand how important deadlines are, and I now run a 75,000-person organization. I'm with you.
Yes, sir. And the question is, if you haven't yet submitted that, how can you possibly therefore have an implementation strategy for that, and how does that possibly, or can it even possibly be folded into this proposed budget that you've put forward with regard to women's issues and women's issues of safety?
I'm proud of the work we've done on women's issues in the administration, both in my time as CIA director. You might not think of that as a place where this rises to the forefront, but it certainly did for me. Indeed, my deputy was a very talented CIA officer who's now the director of the CIA. But even more broadly than that, it's certainly part of what I do at the State Department, what I demand of my team on the ground all over the world.
Well, and I appreciate that, sir, and I definitely would love to get with you in the next day or two to get a very firm date on when that particular report will be due. And my next question also has to do with women's issues and the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative. I also am a former business person, and I was really pleased to see that you included $100 million in the women's economic empowerment through the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative. But I understand in your testimony this morning in the appropriations hearings that you spent a lot of time discussing the long-term viability of this program, given the proposed cuts to other programs that assist and empower women worldwide, like the Global Health Program and basic education. And I'm just trying, and I really appreciated in your testimony that you expressed flexibility and a willingness to evaluate the effectiveness of that program. But my question to you is, how do you reconcile the decreased commitments in some programs and this increased commitment in this particular initiative? How do you reconcile the critical programs that have been decreased with this program that you've increased?
Well, as a former business person, you know you have to make tough decisions all the time. You have to make priorities and allocate resources. We certainly did that in the budget that we presented to Congress. We're confident that we can deliver on the objectives that I think you've outlined in the predicate to your question, we believe we can. Can you give me
a couple specifics of why?
Tell me what you're most interested in.
Well, just in general, when you're talking about making specific decisions and weighing, kind of pros and cons of different decisions, what was it that made you decide to do a new program versus some of the older programs?
Yeah, it is our observation that we weren't as effective with those resources as we believe we can be in the new programs in delivering the real outcomes that matter to these nations, matter to women in those nations. That was the analysis that was undertaken.
If it's all right, I'd love to ask for you to put to the record what were those analyses, what were those decision-making processes that it made you evaluate those particular things? Because I'm a business person, a metrics-driven human being, just like you are, and I know in particular with things like this that are social sciencey and that are very squishy,
Yep.
that it's really important to have those quantifiable ideas behind them of what it is that you were weighing pros and cons on.
I appreciate that, and you're right. Sometimes things that you can't put a number to, you can still measure. Qualitatively, I'll concede it's softer, and that's what we undertook in this allocation decision as well.
And thank you. I do actually have a couple of other questions, but I only have half a minute remaining. So if it's all right, what I'll do is I'll submit the remainder of my questions to the record, and I appreciate your time, sir.
Happy to get back to you on them.
Thank you. Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Secretary, in your written statement that was provided to us prior to your testimony, on page 2 of that testimony, you say President Trump has made it clear that U.S. foreign assistance should serve America's interest and should support countries that have helped us advance our foreign policy goals. This budget, therefore, maintains critical support for key allies, and the first ally you list there is the nation of Israel. First of all, I want to thank you in a time of rising opposition and the increase of anti-Semitism, both domestically and internationally. I want to thank you, and I want to thank the administration for supporting our long-standing alliance between the United States and Israel. We have recently, the administration has shown support by relocating our embassy to Jerusalem and has recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Mr. Secretary, even with our recent support, we continue to see attacks on Israel, including just this week where we saw rocket attacks that injured 7, including 2 young children. And so my question is, can you please address the administration's approach to working with the international community to support Israel's right to, 1, defend itself, and 2, to prevent future attacks on the nation of Israel?
So I'm not sure exactly where to begin in responding to that question. I've addressed some of this. Look, we've tried to find places where these countries had overlapping interests with Israel. There's a long history in the Middle East where these countries couldn't find any place to overlap. We managed to put together a meeting in Warsaw where you had senior level leaders from Gulf states, from Arab states, sitting in the same room having discussions about Middle East stability and security with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Those kinds of things are incredibly important. They reduce risk to Israel. They reduce risk to the United States of America. And then I could go through a series of other places we've done, perhaps no place more importantly with respect to the Islamic Republic of Iran, probably, right? A country that has sworn to wipe Israel off the map. We have taken an approach that is 180 degrees from the previous administration, recognizing the threat that Iran is to not only to Israel, but to Europe, where they're conducting assassination campaigns, to the capacity for Iraq to stand up an independent sovereign government. We're working on each of these things, and each of those, our effort to build out MESA, the Middle East Strategic Alliance, each of these projects, each of these coalition-building exercises, it is aimed at reducing risk to Israel.
What additional support can Congress provide the administration, again, to show our support? I know we've talked a little bit about the international community. What can we, as a legislative body, do to show our support for Israel and work toward peace in the Middle East?
I think Congress over the past decade has done a lot. It's important that every member of Congress speak out about this issue, and the more members of Congress, the more that the world sees that this is bipartisan, this commitment, that this commitment to Israel won't change from administration to administration, the more successful we can be.
And if the Congress and the administration were to speak in a bipartisan voice, do you believe that that would help advance the peace process in the Middle East?
Undoubtedly.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time back.
Thank you, Mr. Guest. Mr. Malinowski.
Mr. Secretary, You have been eloquent in denouncing the harm that socialism has done to Venezuela, and I agree with you. I applaud you for it, but I'm confused about one thing. If we're going to be so forceful in denouncing socialism, why is the administration so high on communism?
Yeah, I mean, the very statement there is pretty outrageous.
Well, I'm talking about North Korea, sir. The most perfectly realized communist state in history, a country where the state owns everything and everyone, and yet the administration is repeatedly referring to how it has, quote, awesome economic potential, how it can become an economic powerhouse, quote unquote, without changing its system, simply by giving up nuclear weapons. And so my question is, why are you so confident in the capacity of a communist state to provide for its people?
Let me just back up for just a moment. We have both the toughest sanctions on North Korea in the history. This administration built out this coalition against this nation. The previous administration didn't do it, didn't take it seriously. This administration has done that. And I'm very proud of what President Trump has been able to do that. We have the toughest sanctions while still engaged in some of the most serious negotiations and diplomatic efforts. And our mission set is, in fact, to get the proliferation risk reduced, to get North Korea denuclearized, and then our commitment is to say, at that point, we want a brighter future for the North Korean people. What the form of government that will take place there will evolve over time. We have seen countries in the region who haven't fully transformed in the way we'd like, countries like Vietnam, be able to grow their economy and provide better for their people. We think that opportunity exists in North Korea as well.
Look, I'm asking because there's a whole lot of rhetoric about liking Kim Jong-un, falling in love with Kim Jong-un being our friend. And so let me ask you, why is liking Kim Jong-un a sufficient reason to cancel or not to pursue sanctions against companies helping his nuclear program, as the White House said last week? I'm quoting the White House there.
There have been more sanctions put in place by this administration with a global coalition than at any time in the world's history, sir.
And yet liking him is cited as a reason not to do more.
And sir,
let me ask
sir, we will continue.
Simpler yes or no question.
Well, if I may, we will continue to enforce the UN Security Council resolutions and do our best to encourage every nation in the world to do so. I only wish the previous administration had undertaken this same effort.
Well, actually, it did. Now, let me ask you a few yes or no
These sanctions were
questions.
not in place, sir. That's factually inaccurate.
Is Kim Jong-un responsible for maintaining North Korea's system of labor camps?
He's the leader of the country.
Is he responsible for ordering the execution of his uncle, the assassination by chemical agent of his half-brother?
He's the leader of the country.
Was he responsible for the decision not to allow Otto Warmbier to come home until he was on death's door?
I'll leave the president's statement to stand. He made that statement. We all know that the North Korean regime was responsible for the tragedy that occurred to Otto Warmbier. I've met that family. I know those people. I love them dearly. They suffered mightily, sir.
So what's to like?
They suffered mightily, sir.
So what's to like about Kim
Sir,
Jong-un?
don't make this a political football. It's inappropriate. It's inappropriate to do.
Well, when the White House says that sanctions decisions are based on liking Kim Jong-un, has the president ever used that kind of language with respect to Angela Merkel? Has he ever publicly called her a friend?
I've heard him talk about her that way, yes. I don't recall if it was in a public setting or not.
Okay. Let me go back to the questions. There have been a number of questions about Saudi Arabia and the Khashoggi killing. Do you believe that the Saudi authorities, the most senior Saudi authorities, are capable of investigating themselves for a murder that has been attributed to them?
I think the most important commitment that the United States can make is the one that I spoke about earlier. It would have been earlier this afternoon, which is the commitment for the United States to conduct its work and hold every person responsible. That's what the United States.
We'll base our judgment on our own assessment.
Yes, sir. That's what we've done to date, and it's what we will continue to do.
Thank you very much. And if Saudi Arabia's cover story here, if their story is that this was a rogue operation, do we not risk reinforcing that cover story if all we do is sanction the rogues? the henchmen, the people who have been accused by the Saudis
I've made
themselves.
very clear, as has President Trump, we are continuing to develop the fact set using all the tools that we have at our disposal, and as we identify individuals who we can hold accountable for the heinous murder of Jamal Khashoggi, we will do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pence.
Chairman Engel, Ranking Member McCall, thank you for convening this hearing. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here, and thank you for your fantastic service to this country. I noted with great interest that you were recently in Houston at CERAWeek. During your address, you stated, and I quote, "Our plentiful oil supplies allow us to help our friends secure diversity in their energy resources. We don't want our European allies hooked on Russian gas through the Nord Stream 2 project any more than we ourselves want to depend on Venezuela for our oil supplies." You went on to note that there is a desperate need for diversification, while pointing out the fact that last year the United States exported more crude oil to places like India, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. These are great achievements, but you also outlined challenges. You specifically singled out China, Russia, Syria, and described how these countries are attempting to leverage their energy resources for political purposes. You stated that we are not just exporting energy, we are exporting our commercial value. I couldn't agree more. Mr. Secretary, can you elaborate on what you and Assistant Secretary Fannon's priorities are in the energy security space, and how can we best address these challenges?
As America's senior diplomat, I am an enormous beneficiary of the capacity for American innovation and creativity, whether that's through fracking, the capacity to deliver energy around the world. When America shows up, when I talked about exporting our commercial values, when we show up, we do straight-up deals. We demonstrate value. We have contracts. We honor contracts. We engage in deals that are commercial and honor the rule of law, independent from government directions, with no political gain to the United States. Having American companies do business in those ways provides an enormous opportunity for us, because they know these countries no longer have to be dependent on those countries that are trying to undermine Western democracy and Western values. They have the capacity to create electricity for their countries, to have natural gas, to fuel all of the energy needs of their nation without having to turn to bad actors around the world. When I was talking about those exports having value, that's what I was referring to.
Again, thank you for your service. Thanks for being here today and keeping us all informed. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trone.
Mr. Secretary, the Trump administration Muslim ban, it's an appalling policy. It's affected my friends. It's affected my neighbors. They've been unable to see their families. They feel discriminated in their own country. In 2017, 1,000 visas were denied. In 2018, that number was 37,000. There's a waiver there to Proclamation 9645 for undue hardship when it's not a national security threat, but the waiver is rarely used. Matter of fact, it's used less than 2% of the time. Your own consular officers have described the waiver process as a fraud, window dressing. Could you talk about what discretion the consular officers have in utilizing this waiver?
I'd be happy if you'd tell me which consular officer thinks it's a fraud, because I'd be happy to speak with him or her about the fact that it's not, in fact, a fraud.
His name is in the press.
Great.
We can have that sent to you.
I'm happy to take a look at it. I'm happy to make sure he understands the Trump administration's policy there. We are determined to make sure that we understand who's coming in and out of our country and that we're vetting people properly. I'm proud of the work that we're doing there. I am confident that we have reduced risk to the United States of a terror attack here.
Same officers allege that the discretion to issue waivers is consistently countermanded by Washington. Your answer is the same?
What's the question, sir?
They don't have that discretion that they should have, and that's why we have 2%.
Yes, I actually think we have the authorities here precisely right.
Okay. Is it the policy of the State Department to implement a ban on visas for predominantly Muslim countries? Do you believe it's due to nationality or religious affiliation that makes them a unique threat?
We evaluate each individual based on the characteristics of the threat that they pose.
These are great people, great Americans, and their lives are being disrupted. Let's talk about the kingdom for a second. Thousands of people in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia have disappeared or been murdered. Crown Prince has stolen over $100 billion from his own countrymen. He's moved against Qatar, our ally. He's kidnapped the Prime Minister of Lebanon. And Yemen's a nightmare with tens of thousands dead and millions threatened by starvation. He's 33. He'll probably be the king if he moves up for 50 years. I always like to think about my kids and your kids and their kids and future generations. Is this a type of individual that would use a bone saw as part of his foreign policy that you would invite home for Thanksgiving dinner?
Are you suggesting regime change in Saudi Arabia?
Would you invite him home to cut the turkey?
I've met with the Crown Prince. I've worked with him. The challenges that you cited there, the death that you've decided in Yemen, is not because of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You have the wrong end of the stick on that.
I'm not talking about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm talking about the Crown Prince with a bone saw and the whole litany of items we just discussed that all emanate from one individual.
The predicate of your question is unfounded. I'm happy to talk about our strategy with respect to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm happy to talk to you about the conversations I've had with the Crown Prince to the extent that I can. We have acknowledged the incident with respect to Mr. Khashoggi was a murder and it's outrageous, and we're working to do everything we can to hold everyone who's responsible accountable, and we'll continue to do that.
Well, I'm disappointed in my own country. I know many, many others are too. Wasn't that long ago that short-term convenience, an individual that was in a position of power, wasn't tolerated, but instead, now we just tolerate that individual because it's convenient to the Trump administration's national policy. But at some point in time, we have to draw a line. Where do you draw that line? How many more Khashoggis do we have to have?
Sir, we are effectuating policies that will keep America safe. We're determined to do that. The Trump administration has put human rights at the top of its list in every single conversation we've had. It's a tough, nasty world out there, if you hadn't noticed, and we are a force for good everywhere we go.
But long term, are we really safer in a tough, nasty world when we tolerate that type of behavior? That's my concern.
We simply disagree. I believe the policy we have makes America infinitely safer today, next week, and for our children and grandchildren.
The time has expired. I'm going to go on. Votes have just been called. We have only about 3 or 4 more people. I'm going to see if we can do this. The Secretary of State's been very generous with his time, and I'd like to try to see if we can get this in before the votes are finished. So if people would understand that and maybe give back a minute or so, that would be appreciated. If not, we'll do the best we can. Mr. Costa.
Congressman Costa, I'll do my best to answer briefly, too.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure the Secretary will appreciate brevity. I'll do my best. First of all, on behalf of the Chairman, I wanted to follow up on his line of questioning regarding the committee's request for documents. On March 14th, 2019, this committee sent you a letter reiterating 2 specific set of document requests, and we wanted to know, the Chair wanted to know, yes or no, can you commit to providing the committee with the requested documents within the next 7 business days?
I'm making sure I've got the right set of documents. These documents that had to do with, which request was this?
Which request are you talking about? Mr. Chairman?
There are dozens and dozens.
Trying to be helpful.
No problem. I'm happy to take a look at it. I just don't want to answer a question when I'm not thinking about the right set of documents.
The bottom line, I'll say this fast. The bottom line is it's very frustrating when we send something and don't get a response or get stonewalled, or maybe it got caught in the bureaucracy. I don't know what it is, but we'll get those things back to you again, and we'll highlight them as second requests, and hopefully we can get through it then. And I thank my colleague for mentioning it, for reiterating it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's been about a minute of my time. Mr. Secretary, since we've last chatted, I've become the chairman of the Transatlantic Legislators Dialogue, and for the purpose of the focus of the State Department strategy for this Congress and your budget, I want to focus most of my questions, if I can, with regards to Europe and NATO. In the most recent meeting, we members of Congress and the members of the European Parliament reasserted our joint statement on the bond between the United States and European Union. It's the most fundamental economic and security strategic partnership. Do you agree with that?
Yes, our European partners
let me just continue to go on.
Yes.
The bond is also based upon a strong foundation of our common history and values, including the principles of democracy, rule of law, human rights, free and open societies and markets. Do you agree with that concept?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, this partnership has had a long history. We talked a lot about this afternoon, and certainly there have been concerns, I can tell you, and I know you know it because you hear them too, by our European friends about where this relationship is today. And words do matter. And whether it's the issues where we disagree or the administration disagrees with Iran, tariffs, climate change, or defense, many of our European colleagues are scratching their head and they say, Jim, what's happened? Where is our relationship? What have you tried to do to reinforce it? Because I know you've been asked the same questions.
Yeah.
Words matter.
Yeah, they do. And the words that I've shared with them is that they have a continued, deep, important relationship. There are, you identified 3.5 places where we have disagreements. On Iran, frankly, we're working together on large pieces of pushing back against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And there are hundreds of other issues on which we work closely with the Europeans. And when you think Europe, you're talking about Europe, France, and the UK. Please know this is much broader than that. We have deep relationships all across, whether it's the Balkans and Eastern Europe.
And
these are all important
there were
places.
previous administrations that talked about old Europe. And so, I mean, this isn't
I try not to
new
use
ground.
that language. I talk about our friends.
No, and our most important allies, I believe. Let me move on. What kind of message does it send of our European allies when the State Department downgraded last fall the status of the European Union's ambassador and then recently restated it to the rightful status a few months later, because that's where it should have been. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, we messed up and we fixed it.
Okay, well, that's good. Let me move over to NATO quickly. This partnership, post-World War II, that we helped create is resulted in, and I suspect most Americans, probably most Europeans don't realize, the longest peacetime dividend post-World War II, 70 years, that we'll celebrate next month, as you noted, in over 1,000 years in Europe. I mean, that is significant by any way you examine it. Acting Secretary of Defense Shanahan said in his testimony before the Senate that the cost, 50% plus present for our military commitments, is that we're not an outfit of U.S. mercenaries, that we're not going to run a business, our common defense. And yes, you're right. Europe's a wealthy country, a wealthy continent. Germany should pay more, all these countries. And by the way, I applaud you for that effort, but that's been continuing now for 3 administrations to do their part, in fairness.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to hear your thoughts on whether or not we should have a cost-benefit basis analysis in terms of how our European partners do their part, as they should.
So it's certainly more complicated than that. But it is the case that we're constantly, we have shared values with these European partners.
Of course.
So,
well, let me put it this way, make it simple. Do you think that the kind of cost plus 50% proposal would be a bad idea?
I saw precisely what Assistant Secretary Shanahan says. He got it exactly right.
Good, good. Let me move over quickly. I have a little bit of time left.
I said Assistant Secretary. I meant Acting Secretary. He would be offended.
Acting Secretary. You're duly corrected, Mr. Secretary. So anyway, finally, I do agree. I will commend you when I think we agree. Your efforts to bring a coalition together in Venezuela is the proper thing to do. I'm wondering why, and maybe it's under the radar screen, you haven't convened the Organization of American States together to formalize this strategy and this commitment to do the right thing with Venezuela and to make the changes that are necessary.
So I've attended, on this issue, I've attended 2 OAS meetings on this very issue. You should know we're actively working alongside them. They've been great partners. There's not total unanimity inside.
No, there never is with the OAS.
Inside the OAS, but they're an important force that we've worked with as great partners.
Well, and I think we need to continue to utilize that
Yes,
in an
I
effective
completely
way,
agree.
along with our
Thank
partners
you.
in Mexico. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allred.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your patience. And I know it's been a long afternoon. I want to talk about Afghanistan. My colleague earlier was questioning you and asking about Special Envoy Khalil Zad coming to speak to our committee, and you said that during ongoing negotiations, this would be something that would be very hard to do that hasn't been done in the past. We've had 2 special envoys come speak to our committee without leaks to the Washington Post.
That's actually not true.
Well, I've been in classified briefings from some of your special envoys.
Yeah.
We have a constitutional duty to make sure that we are overseeing what you're doing in the State Department. And so I don't accept the excuse that ongoing negotiations mean that we cannot have the information this committee deserves.
I'm trying to make sure you get the best information that you can that is consistent with your oversight duties. I'm determined to do that. I'm also determined to make sure we protect this information in a way that prevents us from undermining U.S.
I hope you understand that with a 17-year war heading into the 18th year, that the Congress deserves to have a role in how we're going to proceed here.
100%, I understand
Okay. Well, thank you. I think this committee deserves to have, we can have a classified briefing. We can do it in a way that I think is secure. I think if you were in our seat during the Obama administration era and we were having the discussions around the JCPOA and that they refused to give you any information until the very end.
I actually was, and they did.
No, they did not. They gave you briefings. I know that that's...
meaningless and unimportant.
Meaningless briefings. Okay. Yeah. Well, I would like to have some kind of a briefing because we haven't had that at all.
You want more than a meaningless briefing, and I wouldn't be doing it right if we gave you a meaningless briefing.
Well, this is an important issue, and I think this committee in particular deserves to have some information on it. And I want to also talk about the conditions for our withdrawal because previous U.S. policy has required the Taliban to accept the current Afghan constitution, including its provisions and protections for women and minorities. Why have we dropped that condition?
You shouldn't be certain that we've dropped any conditions based on what you may have read in some newspaper.
Well, I haven't had a briefing, so I don't know what our conditions are.
You should know we are very, very focused on making sure that the gains that have been achieved aren't lost as part of this. The security gains that have been achieved, the gains, albeit intermittent with respect to corruption, we hope we can actually do better. But as you well know, this is still a very difficult place. It's the reason we still have thousands of soldiers on the ground, and we are focused on taking down the level of violence so that we can do precisely what it is I think you just...
Well, I share the recognition that we're not going to have a military solution to Afghanistan. My concern is if we have a precipitous withdrawal and that we pull out without the correct conditions in place, that the progress that has been made, particularly for Afghan women, will be lost. And I think that this is something that's in the interest of our country, it's in our national interest, and we need to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'm hopeful that as part of those negotiations, that as you said, that's going to be part of it.
To describe a departure after 18 years as precipitous is
no, the withdrawal would be precipitous if we just take whatever conditions the Taliban will offer us so that we can get out.
I promise you, we are going to maintain American security.
Well, my concern is that it seems that there might be just trying to fulfill a political promise going on here instead of a rational and reasoned withdrawal and doing it in the right way. And that's what I think this committee's jurisdiction directly falls upon, and that's why we need to have a briefing and talk to the folks who are involved in that negotiation.
Just so you know, I'm running the negotiation. So you're talking to the guy who's in charge of it.
Well, yes, right. I'd like to have some more information, and maybe we should have you back to talk about that specifically then.
Happy to do it in the right setting. Yes, sir.
So are we also caving to the Taliban's stance that the Afghan government is an illegitimate puppet of the U.S.? Because that's what they've said previously. Our conditions previously have been that they should be part of the Afghan government. Is this funny, sir?
Yeah, the fact that you're relying on third-hand reporting for something that the Taliban might or might not have actually said in some print report, yeah, I think we should all have better information.
Is the Afghan government actively part of this negotiation that we're having?
We speak, Ambassador Bass talks to President Ghani multiple times every week, multiple times every day on some days.
So your testimony is that right now the Afghan government is part of our negotiations with the Taliban?
Right now, the Afghan government is fully apprised.
Apprised?
Yes, exactly. And we are diligently trying to get these parties to work together.
And
the previous administration went at that for 8 years. I've had 10 months. we are diligently trying to achieve.
Well, my concern is that you're undercutting
Afghan conversation so that we can resolve this conflict.
undercutting the Afghani government by not having them as part of the negotiations in a
But
direct,
that's just untrue.
in a direct role,
Just
and
untrue.
not to be apprised of it, sir.
They're just untrue.
In a direct role, risks when we do pull out,
Yeah.
undercutting the legitimacy of that government,
Yeah.
leading to the Taliban retaking power.
I disagree with the facts as you've stated them.
Do you agree that Al-Qaeda and ISIS are still in Afghanistan right now?
Yes.
Okay, the gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Bass.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I know
good to see you.
all day. Good to see you as well. We came in together. So I want to ask you about two countries and one general question. The one general question is about U.S. aid to Africa and the administration's pledge to review all U.S. aid to Africa in order to target assistance toward key countries and particular strategic objectives. And I'm wondering if that review has happened. Second question is about Zimbabwe. You know, they've had elections and they're attempting to address the economic issues of the country. I wanted to know if we are reviewing or have plans to review U.S. policy towards Zimbabwe. And then the third question is about Sudan and the current crackdown and our efforts toward normalizing relations. And I wanted to know how the administration was weighing these action as it addresses Sudan's progress on phase 2.
Let me take each of them as best I can recall them in sequence.
Sure.
First, with respect to the assistance in Africa, we are reviewing it. There'll be all the factors that you could imagine. I think we'll give it a very thoughtful review across every element of the United States government to make sure that we get the levels right. I'm sure there are places our assistance will increase. There may well be those where our assistance decreases, and I'm very confident there will be assistance that moves. That is, we put it in different ways and try to make sure we get better outcomes that have better outcomes from those resources that we're expending. That review is not complete. It's interagency process and probably.
Do you have a time frame possible?
It's going to be a while still.
Well,
if
months?
I've watched these interagency processes moves, it will be too slow.
Okay.
And it will take too long.
While it's under review, then you maintain the same levels?
Yes, that's largely the case, although it is also the case that from time to time we'll see things that we just say are so they're disconnected from what has happened or transpired that we feel compelled to make a decision on the spot. That's usually
Like the cyclone?
Yes, that's exactly. That's usually a State Department USAID decision where we'll do that. A cyclone, a tragedy, a particular terrorist incident where we're trying to react in a very, very timely fashion, but not laying down a longer-term thoughtful strategy about the region and a country in particular. Does that answer that first part of the question?
It does. And then Zimbabwe and Sudan.
Same thing. I'm happy to give you a readout on what we're doing in each of those two places.
Okay.
There have been great changes in Sudan, and this administration has tried to find places where we can find a more comfortable place to work alongside them and hope and continue to develop them. We saw what happened in Zimbabwe. I'm hopeful we can deliver that too, but I'm happy to have my team come give you particular briefings on the details of what we're doing real time in each of those two spaces with respect to our assistance, the State Department's role there.
I would appreciate that, especially with Zimbabwe. I mean, both countries, but Zimbabwe also trying to move forward, I just recently met with the ambassador from Zimbabwe, and they're very concerned about basically their economy, where they want to move to privatize certain sectors, but their hands are tied because of our previous policies. And as they move forward and try to comply and try to bring their constitution in line with, some past policies,
Yes, ma'am.
how do we make sure we don't hold them back?
These are very real concerns. Sudan's also the case. I was
Right.
with yesterday, or perhaps it was the day before, with the Prime Minister from Mali. A similar set of concerns in an incredibly difficult environment in Mali,
Right.
terror, and trying to figure out how to get not only U.S. assistance there, but U.S. economic private sector industry to grow and help them so they can build out and take care of the terror threats that are there in Mali. There is a country-by-country effort and a regional effort that we're undertaking.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back my time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. We have two members, I'm told, that want to come back after the vote to ask you questions. I don't know what the timing is on this, but right now let me put it this way. Let me call on the ranking member for.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to submit for the record a statement, an op-ed by Chairman Risch of the Senate Foreign Relations committee on the importance of getting the president's nominees confirmed.
Okay. We've been here a long time, Mr. Secretary. I think what we'll do is we'll call the hearing. I want to thank you for your patience. I hope you'll come back and visit us.
Thank you. I promise
many
I will.
times.
Yep. And thank you for running a very professional hearing today. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. Thanks for coming. The hearing is now adjourned.
Once, TV was simply 3